Did I count to 10 already? Okay, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the January 2022 Board of Education meeting to order. Crystal, will you please call the roll for us?
Good evening. Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Stephanie Adams.
Here.
Nelson Bullier.
Here.
Judy Justice.
Here.
He McManus.
Here.
And Pete Wildeboer.
Okay, first, well, before we begin the work session, I did want to just make a couple comments to everyone for tonight. So welcome, everybody, to the January meeting. Thank you for joining us in person and in our viewing audience. As always, we value and appreciate your interest and participation and advocacy on behalf of all of your children and all of our children, actually, and their education. I applaud and commend all of us, all of you, as we continue together to focus on what is best for all of our students. Before we begin, I just want to take a minute to acknowledge that although we have masks optional in this building for this meeting, it is still a good idea to wear one anyway, especially since social distancing is minimal. Our community positivity rate is over 25%, and in practical terms, that means that 1 in 4 of us have tested positive for COVID, and not just 1 in 4 of us might have COVID and not know it. So please know that the Board of Education and New Hanover County Schools are committed to creating a safe and welcoming space for all of our students and our faculty and our staff, volunteers and visitors to our schools and to all of our district facilities. So to that point, I trust that we all feel compelled to treat each other with dignity and respect throughout this meeting, no matter what our thoughts and feelings are about an issue or even a particular person or group. So I'm asking all of us to mind our voices and actions so the board can remain focused on completing its governance work that is necessary for all of our students, staff, and schools. I also want to let you know that I'm going to try a little something new to try and keep our meetings going. Crystal is going to help me with the timing. So if you look at the time on the side of each item, she's going to let me know when we have 1 minute to go. And if we are at a substantial stopping point, then we may stop and carry on until next time. If we feel like we need just another minute, then we'll go forward. So I'm going to try that. And if you're the one talking and we're getting close, then just keep an eye on Crystal, and she will give us the old gong, silent gong. Yeah. So thank you. So first on our agenda is the work session. And I'd like to invite Dr. Barnes, Chris Barnes, up to the podium to talk to us about allotment formulas.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Superintendent. Some of you may know that I just recently came back from a stint in Tennessee, and when I left North Carolina, I thought they will fix the state allotments by the time I get back. And they are the exact same as they've been for several years. But what I've been asked to do is talk a little bit about where the state allotments and our local allotments differ in regards to funding and allotments to schools. So I want to share a couple of places where significant differences exist between what the state allots and what our local budget and what we do to lean in locally to support our schools. So just as a review, all of you know that our funding comes from 3 main sources: local, state, and federal. Our state positions almost primarily come in positions, not dollars, and our federal and local funding usually comes in dollar amounts. Federal funding usually comes under Title 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we have some EC funding that's federally based as well. The state budgets come into our district, and then we allot them to our individual schools. So a couple of places that I looked at, I wanted to reference first the class size law. Several years ago, an initiative was placed to ensure that we had a smaller class size in our K-3 classrooms. And that class size law requires us to have a district average of 18 students in kindergarten, 16 in first, and 17 in second and third. So we are required by law to do an affidavit twice a year that shows our class sizes are no more than 3 over that number in all of our K-3 classrooms, and that our district average is underneath those 3 numbers. So you can see that here, the law is listed there. And these are the state allotments. If you look at, the state will give us a school size of our district with the number of students. They'll use that student number to offer teacher positions for each of those ADMs for each of those grade levels. So they take each grade level, they look at the number of students that we have in a district in it, and allot us based on that formula. So as you can see in the state allotment, it's 18 for kindergarten, 16 for first grade, and on up from there. The next slide shows you our district allotment, which is lower in several areas than the state's allotment. Locally, we will fund and allot teachers based on 10 to 12, one for 28, not 29, one for 25 and a half in 9th grade versus 26 and a half at the state level. So that helps us maintain a smaller class size than average, even though the state doesn't send us any more teachers than they have allotted, if that makes sense. This is one area that I think is a specific pressure point. The state will fund and offers us 1 position for every 210 students in our ADM, and that is for instructional support. Now, instructional support at the state level is considered counselor, mental health worker, social worker, media coordinator. So if you think about our schools, the state only funds 127 of those positions district-wide. We have, obviously, we're funding here 32 locally funded positions, but that's not even to qualify the number of positions that our instructional support allows. Every elementary school has a full-time counselor. Every elementary school has a full-time literacy coach. High schools are allotted 5 counselors, regardless of their size. They're traditional high schools, to include 1 graduation coach. So those are some places that locally we lean in with a different allotment formula than the state provides. When you look at assistant principals, and this is probably the most shocking one that I've seen, they will give you 1 month of an assistant principal for every 98 students in your ADM. When you multiply that all the way out, that funds, the state will fund 24 assistant principals for a district this size. When you look at those numbers, to have a full-time assistant principal, a school would have to have 985 students to qualify for 1 assistant principal. So this is a place where locally we have to support this in quite a large amount. That's currently our assistant principal allotments. We have 25 in elementary, 15 in middle, and 20 in high school. For a total of 60, we have to fund 36 of those locally because the state, as I show, only allots for 24. When you look at our AIG allotment, this is one of the places that the state sends this in dollar amounts, not positions. They will fund us $1,300 for every child for 4% of our ADM. So when you look at our average daily membership, take 4% of that, and they'll send us that amount of money. That funds us approximately 20 AIG teachers for the district. Locally, we have 1 in every elementary school, 1 in every middle, and a half-time in every high school. So for a total of 34. So we locally fund 14 of our AIG teachers to make that allotment happen for our schools. The last one I pulled out, this is how they explain the K-5 Enhancement Law that came in right around the same time they did the class size reduction for K-3. So I simplified that to what it says is 1 teacher for enrichment for K-5 for every 191 students. Now, enrichment at the state level is classified as art, music, PE, what we sometimes call specials or enrichment. And when you look at that number, 1 per every 191 requires us to get 60 K-5 enrichment teachers. We have 3 at every elementary school, regardless of size, which makes a total of 75. So we're locally funding 15 of those positions as well. So those are just some examples I wanted to pick out to show you where the state allotments and local allotments may differ, because we know that the state allotment doesn't always meet the needs of our students. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Barnes? I just wanted to make one comment on that, is that for us to all take note is that we locally fund a fair number of positions out there that we don't have to fund. So that is one thing that we we should keep in the forefront, is that we are funding extra people. So didn't realize it was quite so many extra. Mr. Boyer?
Dr. Barnes, Dr. Barnes, I hear often in complaint that, oh, the district is top-heavy. Am I correct in assuming that our admin positions our AP positions are showing up as administrative positions? I mean, we have to fund a lot of APs out of our budget, out of our local funds. And are those showing up as administrative positions, our AP positions?
They're qualified as administrative positions, and this is one of the places where I know that superintendents across the state talk to our legislators about. Administrators is a great example. According to that formula, there would be less than 2 assistant principals at Hoggard High School for the entire school. And that's not even 2 12-month assistant principals. This is one of those areas where we know that support that our students and teachers need is just far in excess of what the state provides. But those are classified as administrative positions.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Woodward?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we have an assistant principal at every school, or do we have some that maybe share, or how does that work?
Currently, there are some that are under a certain size cap. Our current allotment formula has assistant principals at every school where there is 450 or more students. So some of our smaller schools may have retained one that they had before we changed the allotment formula, or some do not have one. There's I want to say 4. I think I'm close to that number, is 4 that do not have a full-time AP.
And do they share, or do they just don't have anybody at all?
They don't have anybody at all.
Okay.
They have, usually every school has a literacy coach. There are some instructional coaches who sort of lean in instructionally, but at our smaller schools, we don't have one for every school, no.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
didn't see your finger poking.
Oh, sorry. Madam Chair, Dr. Barnes, I was curious because I think people have noticed that we have less assistant principals now at some of our elementary schools, and you just said that was because the allotment size changed. Is that correct?
Well, our local allotment formula, no, the state allotment has stayed the same. We elected, when we built the local allotment formulas, to put a minimum cap on an elementary school to have an assistant principal.
Would it ever be an instance where if they felt like that school needed an extra assistant principal, would you guys put another one there?
We sort of lean in places where there are significant needs, either with some short-term folks or some additional funding, but traditionally we're trying to keep that where it is.
Ms. Justice?
Okay, yes, we have some specialty schools that have a far less, oh, sorry.
I turned it off.
I'm sorry, I turned 50 and I suddenly can't hear anybody anymore, I'm sorry.
We have a number of specialty schools that aren't elementary schools that have got less than 450 students. Do they have assistant principals?
Some of our specialty high schools do, some of our special schools do. I know that Lake Forest has an assistant principal, there's a special need there. I do know that 2 of our alternative high schools share an assistant principal. So that formula is usually mostly for our traditional schools, and we lean in those specialty areas where we need to.
Do you know how many of those schools with less than 450 students in specialty schools that do have? You just mentioned 3 or 4.
I didn't bring that information with me. What I like to do is I can send you. I have that sort of encapsulated in on my computer. I can send that to you guys
Okay,
about specifically where they all are. I could guess pretty well, but I don't want to absolutely say unilaterally without looking at that.
Mr. McManus?
Is there any intent to try to provide what help we can from where we can for those low-performing schools because of the challenge that in itself?
I'll take that one.
Oh, sure.
We
Yes,
do.
sir.
We do. Probably those are called priority schools. And they get first dibs on everything. When I say that, the instructional emphasis, those 9 schools, even though they're getting an executive director, that person reports directly to me. And so we are examining, we've taken them through, they're in our training for the social emotional for discipline. We're making sure. I will say this, if you look at the data, even when they had an assistant principal, they weren't performing. If you look at the suspension rate, you'll see they were suspending kids. So I want us to make the correlation of we have to do what's best, and you have to also understand that we are above what the state, and in order to, and you're going to hear it from my presentation later, we're over the funding formula, and so we have to make some adjustments in order to get us back in track, because we give out too much and we're not receiving the money back in. So the small changes through attrition, and it's not if you have one that we get rid of an assistant principal. It's, okay, you have 250 kids or 260 kids. Okay, that person leaves. As the formula does not match what we were giving. And if we continue down this road, we won't be able to sustain it. And so we have to make great judgment calls financially, and we also have to be able to give those schools the support that they need. For instance, we can talk about Forest Hills. So currently Forest Hills has a principal. They have also a contract principal over there. They also have an individual from the district office, all on that administrative team, and an assistant principal for 400 and I forget how many students, but they have a lot of brand new teachers, so it requires a lot of support. So we are giving them the support when needed. And so we do go through and we walk the building and we make sure that it's equitable. But we do have to do what's best for students at all times. And sometimes it's hard to reverse some things that I don't believe, as the leader of the district, are what's best for the district.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. So oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Justice?
Yes, for these priority schools, the funding, you get federal funding for any of through grants or whatever, for any of these staff members that you're referring to, like assistant principals?
I don't understand. Grant for an assistant.
Well, I'm using that broadly, extra funding beyond just our local funding and the state funding for these priority schools.
If there's title dollars, they are, on certain times, they're able to buy positions.
Okay.
With their, but it's for instructional. To my understanding, it's instructional. I would have to get the rules.
Most of our schools who have Title I funding will use that either for class size reduction or for additional instructional coaches or that sort of funding, or tutors. That's generally where the Title I money is.
So they do have the extra funding. So it is some federal dollars coming into.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so we're at the 1 minute mark. I want to just make one closing comment. This sounds like something that perhaps we should be lobbying the NCSBA to put on their agenda to take forward, that we need more allocated spots from the state funding. Would that be helpful?
Our Constitution says that the state is required to fund public schools.
Okay.
And to the extent that we need them to versus what they believe we need them to, I think is where that disconnect is.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much for your time.
Happy New Year.
Appreciate it. Okay, so next on our agenda, we are going to hear our invocation from Pastor Michael Mattis from the Saltbox Church, and he is going to do that for us remotely. So if we would all like to stand.
So, Father, thank you, school board. Thank you for their service. Thank you for their dedication, Lord. Thank you for Stephanie Adams as she chairs. And hello, school board. This is Michael Mattis, and I wanted to say a prayer over your gathering this evening. So, Father, thank you for the school board. Thank you for their service. Thank you for their dedication, Lord. Thank you for Stephanie Adams, chairs, and Nelson Beaulieu, and Judy Justice, Stephanie Craybill, Hugh McManus, Pete Wildeboer, and Stephanie Walker. And, Lord, I want to praise you for their service. I want to praise you for their dedication. Father, would you give them wisdom And then, Lord, as they meet tonight, I pray too, especially for the school principals and the school assistant principals, the school administrators, or teachers or staff. Lord, I pray for wisdom. I pray for safety. And Father, I pray that you would stop the spread of COVID. Give us great wisdom as we work towards that. Father, would you preserve our schools, our kids, our families, and our city. Lord, thank you for your time. Thank you for their time. And would you bless them as they meet tonight. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. Thank you all.
Okay, please remain standing and join us in the reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, back in our chairs. Okay, so rolling smoothly so far. The next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion?
Moved.
Move to
approve.
Mr. Boyer, yes. Is there a second? Second, Adams?
Okay, now.
Okay, now we're ready for discussion.
Okay.
Ms. Justice?
Yes, I noticed when I was looking at the agenda that it's been moved around, and we have an agenda that is stated in our policy that we've been told repeatedly that we need to follow. And so I saw that the superintendent's report had been moved, which I have no problem with. But I do know in the past, when we've moved things around, we had to go through the process of sending it to the policy committee to approve changes. And so I don't think that's been done at this point. So I do think we need to do that if we're going to be moving up the superintendent's report or change anything else that according to the policy. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think at this point that we should be approving the agenda unless we have some kind of, I guess, amendment to the agenda, to the approval, that we will send it to policy before we do this again. I'm not,
I'm having a hard time pulling up the policies in 2000, so I was hoping we could pull that up because I believe that I checked the wording and it says that it does not say that we have to follow that format verbatim, and in that order it says that we will use such a format. So Crystal, could you help me pull it up? And so just to verify Ms. Justice's point, and then we can, if we need to, modify our motion to move it up in the agenda. I think it's policy 2330.
Yep, it is.
Is it coming up on yours? Mm-hmm. I must be, can't get it to come up. The following agenda format is to be used in preparation for board meetings. Closed sessions may be added in the appropriate place where needed. In the beginning, it says, the order of business established shall ensure that routine business is accomplished promptly, that visitors have an opportunity to be heard, and the information on any program or special interest or to the board is presented. So, yeah, that's all it says.
Yeah.
Sir,
if I may.
Mr. Shive.
So, I think the operative language is the portion where it says the agenda format is to be used in preparation for board meetings. It's not really entirely clear what in preparation means. I think one reading of that is that this is to be used as a template in preparation for the board meeting, and that it doesn't necessarily bind the chairperson and superintendent with respect to the ultimate format of the agenda. That's something that policy committee could look at revising to make it a little bit clearer. But I think that regardless, the board would just need to vote to adopt the proposed agenda one way or another. If the majority of the board thinks that the agenda format should be different for this particular meeting, then a motion can be made to that effect. But otherwise, the board can just vote to adopt the proposed agenda.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So the motion on the table is to accept the agenda as presented, and it was seconded. So let's just go ahead and vote on that. Ms. Billy, would you call the roll, please?
Didn't I ask to amend that to include sending this to policy? The agenda?
I didn't hear a motion, I'm sorry.
Okay, I said I moved to send this to policy to have it looked at.
Okay, so the motion, the amended motion to the motion is to move this to policy before we proceed with it. So is there, oh, sorry, Mr. Shaw.
I think that that could be a separate motion.
Okay.
After the board votes on whether or not to adopt the agenda.
Okay.
You could vote on Ms. Justice's motion to send this policy to policy committee.
Okay. All right, so the original motion is that we will, we accept the agenda as approved. It was seconded. So Ms. Billy, would you now call the roll for me, please?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bullier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
Aye.
Mr. McManus?
Here.
Aye. This is a yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
And Ms. Craybill?
Yes. Okay, so the motion passes.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You keep on.
The motion passes, so we approve the agenda as approved. So now, we've already approved the agenda, so I don't understand why we go back and.
I believe Ms. Justice wanted to make a motion to refer policy 2330 to policy committee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Going forward.
Going forward.
Is this the appropriate place to put that on the agenda, or should we wait to the end? I mean, now that we're way out of order. Can we wait till we get to old business and policies to discuss that?
Are you fine with that, Ms. Justice?
Pardon?
Are you fine with that, waiting till we get to the old policy?
I thought it would just be something simple, so if you want to have a whole long, drawn-out discussion, I'd be fine with it then.
We are
That's
having
fine.
a long, drawn-out discussion.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I believe that would require a separate motion. That would amend the just adopted agenda.
Well, the agenda's been approved, so we're moving forward with that. I don't see where this fits
We would need a
in
two-thirds.
except under policies.
I believe we would need a two-thirds vote to amend this.
So we have.
We're not amending, demand the agenda again to vote on this? Oh my gosh, is this something that we can just refer to?
Ms. Justice, I will take this up yet again. I mean, we are talking about how we talk about what we talk about. This is absurd.
I'm not sure what you were just said.
Are you okay with us taking it to policy next Tuesday?
Yeah, I'm, if this is something that we're going to do on a regular basis, that seems practical, because then we should just go ahead and put it in that format.
Okay.
So we don't have to, have it outside of what we normally use to follow as a template.
Okay, so I am recording, or Ms. Billy will record for us, that we will put 2330 on the policy committee meeting on January 11th. We still have time to add that one in. Okay, thank you. So moving right along to our next item on the agenda is closed session. We are going into closed session. The recommendation is to enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11 A1, 3, and 6 to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personnel records under NCGS 115C-31 and 319 and 321. To prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, 20 U.S.C. 1.132G, and to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privileged information, including the cases captioned John Doe's 114 versus New Hanover County Board of Education et al., New Hanover County Superior Court Case number 19-CVS-2745, Jane Doe 1 through 2 versus New Hanover County Board of Education et al., New Hanover County Superior Court Case number 20-CVS-1395, and Jane Doe 3 versus New Hanover County Board of Education et al., New Hanover County Superior Court Case number 21-CVS-4707. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
You don't have to repeat that.
I wasn't about to.
Is there a second? Ms. Walker, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are in closed session. please.
And you can add extra.
It's very nice. Thank you very much.
Don't make me use my teacher voice. Okay. Oh, I'm ready? Okay, welcome back, folks, from our closed session. Next up on our agenda is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Mr. Boyer, second. Second, Mr. Wildebohr.
That's it.
Sorry. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, good. Next on our agenda, item number 8, Superintendent's report. That will be Dr. Faust.
So, yes.
Yeah.
Good evening. First, I want to just give some updates on some information and I guess some more facts. So ESSER, which is ESSER, means Elementary and Secondary Emergency Relief Fund. It's comprised of 3 separate federal grants, and the ultimate word is grants, which means that they expire. So ESSER 1 was from the COVID Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or CARES. And that was in the sum of about $6 million. That one expires this September. Then we have ESSER 2. ESSER 2 is from COVID Response and Relief Supplement Appropriations Act. And that one's about $24 million, which expires September 30th of 2023. And then we have ESSER 3 from the American Rescue Act, which is in the sum of about $57 million. And that one expires on September 30th. One of the things that I wanted to...
Of 2022?
Of 2024.
Okay, thank you.
2024. So there's usually around about a 2-3 year expiration date on that. And so what I wanted us to understand is with the grant, at the federal level, when the school money was delivered to us, or it wasn't delivered to us, we have to apply for it through the state. So the feds send it to DPI, then we have to write what we are going to do with the money, and you should have access to how the spending is, not the spending, but the actual rules. And so there's rules that we have to follow. So we just can't arbitrarily just say, oh, tomorrow I want to spend it on this. We have to submit it to the state, get approval from the state, and then the state will afford us the opportunity to release the funds. I know there was at one point some conversation saying that the $57 million was unallocated. That's not true. By the state, when that money was released, we weren't able to allocate. The state would not allow us to allocate. Now we can go back in and we can allocate. So it was never at ESSER 3 where we could allocate the money. The money, we allocated it internally, but we couldn't allocate it externally, if that makes sense, because the state wouldn't allow us at that point. You also have access to the ESSER Fund presentation that we delivered to you on May 18th, 2021. Full-blown out presentation. So, if you want to, you can go back and look at that one, or it's in Assembly where you can go and look at it. Local funding. Local funding. Currently, we receive $3,470. So locally, for each student, we receive $3,470. And so our rough act is about 24,500 students. And so that's what we receive from the local. And that, if you do rough math, that'll be about $86 million that we receive from our commissioners. And so if our numbers go down, then that number goes down. So if we don't have 26,000 students, we don't have 25,000 students, we have 24,000 students. So it often depends on if your graduating class is larger than your incoming kindergarten class, then your numbers will change. And then sometimes there are kids who, throughout the different grades, they move or they leave the district. That's called ADM, that's your attendance. And so we have to take an account of our ADM. And then also the state then gives us money based on our ADM, and that's another formula. However, right now I'm talking specifically about local funding. So our commissioners fund us at $3,470. Our current projection indicate to cost to increase a $17 minimum wage with no other changes to salary schedules would approximately be $4 million per year, and that's reoccurring. So technically, right now, we only get funded, and we have to do it through local because the state doesn't increase. The state salary cap is the state salary cap or schedule, that's it. So, but locally, we add additions to it. So if we were, that's just the basic, if we were to increase for, I'll say TAs, $17, it'd be $4 million reoccurring. Remember, the $86,000 locally has already been allocated. So you don't have $90,000, which is what would be needed in an effort to do that. So you can't increase, it wouldn't be financially smart to increase in the middle of a budget for reoccurring. So reoccurring means every year you've got to find $4 million to increase that. However, if we were result in a significant salary compression. So what does that mean? A compression means that there are some supervisors who are already at $17, and so then you'd have individuals who are coming in with no years of experience making the same as someone who is their supervisor. So you have your salary compression. So what we've been doing is fixing the compression that took place back in 2012, 2010, that time where there were no raises throughout the state. So that created a salary compression because no one got increases. So specifically 83 compressed steps for the lowest 6th grades. And so we have 6th grade. So on a salary scale, I know I'm going through, you'd have to have your salary scale in front of you to actually see it. And you'll have a copy of this and you can go back and look at it. So those lower 6th grades, in an effort to fix that, there are 83. There's 83 compressed jobs that would take place. So that meant that for X amount of years, no one would get an increase if you were to do that. The estimated cost for a minimum $15 wage, $16 for other child nutrition and custodians, and $17 for bus drivers and TAs without the associated salary compression, that means to fix it, is expected to increase annual costs by $10,400,000 of local funds. So instead of having your 86 million, you would need 96 million to fix this. And so you'd have to ask the commissioners for a 96 million in the middle of your budget, which then would increase, if you do it all, you have to do property taxes. That's the way they would fix it. So then we just have to remind ourselves or be reminded that local funds are not our funds. They are given to us based on our allocation from our students. And that's what our commissioners give us. And so when they give us the money, we allocate that in the money that's already in there. So you could say, well, what if you repurpose the money? The majority of that money is in salaries. So if you reduce it, then we have to do what's called a RIF, which is a reduction in force in order to fix it. So it creates long-term issues if you do it haphazardly. So as you all know, that we are in the middle of a compensation study. And so the compensation study should be complete in March. And we will be bringing it to the board to actually be complete late February. And in the early March, we will be presenting what the salary compensation study does. And in that, we would have to then allocate money for the fix, because you can't fix it all in 1 year. It takes years, because we're not talking about hundreds of thousands. We're talking of millions with an S of dollars. And you also have to understand that the state is also giving raises. So this year they give a raise, next year they're going to give a raise. And so our raises will continue to go up with the allocation. So we're able to pay above the state allocated dollars with the supplements that the county commissioners give us. So at 197 million, of course, would be there to increase. Also remember that we have a 3 years, so that 50, remember there was that 57 that it said that is not allocated. Remember, we aren't a one-to-one district. So technology, in order to create a one-to-one technology district, it's about $54 million. You don't buy those all at one point because that means the end dates go all at one point. So we have to stagger them out. So the money is allocated. This year we're doing a couple of high schools. Next year there'll be a couple of high schools. And the other year there's a couple of high schools. And hopefully by that time we will have gotten back into the routine where we will be able to have funding possibly from endowments or any other place where we can ask for funding to assist, because the life of like 5 years, we would start to have to look at replacing some of the technology. So in an effort, just the whole product, that's just the, that's not the training, that's just the equipment for $50 million. Remember, we don't have enough technology. So for instance, remember when we went out for COVID in the beginning, all of our students didn't have technology. And so we were having to pull because we had to bring your own device. And you have to remember those things. Not everyone had a device for students. So we were in the midst of ordering. So we took some of the funding and ordered immediately. So probably thinking, well, where did some of that money go? Well, we had to order. And then we went ahead and we've gotten our RFQ, and that's where we are now. So you know that we are working on a high school. After we do our compensation study, that's when you make your budget recommendations based on the study. And that'll create priorities. So everything has a priority when we look at our funding and how do we pay for things. So in the middle of a budget, when you've already approved it and you've already allocated funds, if you say do something different, you have to pull it from something that you promised. And I don't know if everyone understands that just for a month's payroll, we pay out anywhere from $17 million to $20 million every month in payroll already. So if you pull things, we have to find money to reallocate. So I just need us to understand those things when we think, oh, you have X funding. It's not that simple. It's not, and then there are restrictions that go along with the budget and the money. The compensation and pay study results will, of course, provide valuable information regarding positions, equity, market information, and recommended salary schedule structures. So you want to make sure that what they will do is look at salaries that are comparable and making sure that we are aligned with the market so that we don't get too low or we don't get too high. And if we're too high, then that, of course, that messes us up on the financial side. Pending state salary anticipated in July to include a $15 minimum wage and will increase state non-certified pay ranges. So I was just stating that in July, there'll be another raise, which will take the minimum to $15. Of course, the enrollment drop will have an adverse impact on state and local funding next year. The down estimate, we're down 1,300 kids. So remember, Dr. Barnes told you that at the state level, we're allocated positions, and positions are based on the state, what we provide for the state through ADM. So we may not be able to sustain those positions from the state. So then we have to look at local funds. And so those local funds will have to absorb some of those state funds. So that is why when we're looking at attrition and individuals are retiring and we don't fill that position, there is a reason, because we call it the money vortex. And so you get all this money, but then it has an ending date to it. And if you don't have the money, you can't sustain it. That'll put you in the red, and I can't put the district in the red, which means that we bankrupt. You can't do that because we have to be able to make payroll. We have to. I also want to highlight that many staff, including TAs, will have summer employment opportunities again this year. We are looking at our Summer Ignite Part 2. This past summer, we paid 136 teacher assistants a cumulative of $158,445 in bonuses for their assistance with summer Ignite programs. So we were giving out bonuses in the sum of anywhere from $1,000 all the way up to $2,500 for some of our teachers. It was if you get a student on grade level, the state was saying pay the individual $150. We paid individuals $300 if they got students to read on grade level at the elementary. So let's say if you had you got a signing bonus of $2,500. If you had 10 kids in your class, they were all on grade level at the end of summer school, you got another check for $3,000 in addition to your summer school paycheck. That was just for 150 hours. Additionally, while we have established TAs to teach a teaching pathway, so my goal and my job that I'm looking at is looking for opportunities where we can have a TA to teacher pathway and looking at funding through other sources to pay for 4-year scholarships for our teachers to go to UNCW in the education program, and then we can put them in a teaching position. And let's say that you have 10 years of experience as a TA. The goal would be to give them half the teacher experience. So they would start at 5 years versus one year, which is at the state level, it's about $35,000, but then we have our supplement, and that's, but we would be doing not a one-to-one, but a half year, a 0.5 for their years. And through that, it's like looking for 10 full-time scholarships. That's what we want to be able to do to increase the education of our employees. The climate survey, classified and certified climate surveys are closed now. The board can expect those results in this week's certified hard copy board update. You'll get all of the results. School Board Recognition Month is this month. Thank you for the work that you do. It's not an easy job, and I know that you are dedicated employees, and not everyone understands the work that goes on behind the scenes, but again, thank you so much for the work that you continuously do. Board members, and of course, just kicking off and declaring our dedication to our staff, but most importantly, our students. Our students are our main focus, and we need to make sure that we have, and we're creating environments that provide the most effective educational streamlines for our students. I know that each of you share my goal to improve student performance across the board and to provide a quality education regardless of where they live in the community. Given the political climate across the nation, yours has largely become a thankless job. But I'm here to, on behalf of the district, just to say thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Faust. That was pretty extensive, so appreciate that. Okay, so next on our agenda is call to the audience. What? I'm sorry, did I miss something?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Dr. Faust a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, we don't usually, okay.
All right.
Justice?
All right, Dr. Faust, at the beginning, I guess about 1/3 of the way through your presentation, you said that you, can you hear me?
Kind of muffled, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll do it for talking, okay? Wow. Okay. When, about 1/3 of the way through your presentation, you said that you would send us these facts and figures. You were, could you do that as soon as possible? I'd appreciate it. The ones that you had brought up at the beginning of your presentation. Because we are about, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the ESSER funds. That's in the PowerPoint presentation. You have that now.
Well, I actually did look at it earlier, and a lot of it was in it, but you had said some other things that weren't in it, and I thought that maybe that's what you were referring to, that you'd send it to us. Okay, because so I did look at that earlier. You had
to approve the $6 million, the $24 million, and the $57 million. That's in a presentation. You have access to it.
Right, I said I had looked at it.
Yeah, we will get it. I'll get it for you, but I just wanted to let you know you have, and you've had it.
Is that what you're referring to then?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to understand that. Because there was a couple things that you had brought up that weren't in that presentation that I saw, but maybe they will be doing it verbally when they're giving it. Also, and this is, we are about to go into a budget season, so this is a good time for us all to have that information, so thank you.
And I would encourage any of us that have questions for Dr. Faust just to go ahead and give him a call, set up a meeting, and go to his office and talk about that. Okay, so next, hearing no more, we are on to call to the audience, item 9. So first of all, I want to thank all of you for signing up to share your comments and concerns with the board. As I've stated before, we welcome engagement from our school community and from the community at large. I have several items I'd like to cover before we get started with call to the audience. I would respectfully ask that you speak on the topic that you indicated on your call to the audience sign-up sheet. The public has asked this board and our school system to be more transparent and truthful, and we respectfully are asking that you do the same and speak on the topic that you wrote on the piece of paper. I will call 3 names at this is new this time. I will call 3 names at a time to give the flow of participation, keep it moving. There's 3 seats right up here in the front row. So as I call your name, come have a seat up here in the front and then wait to be called individually. At the podium, we have wipes that if you feel the need that you want to wipe the podium in between, then just feel free to do that. I would like to remind us to please refrain from using profanity and other slurs against beliefs and people. Disruptions by any persons or people at a public meeting will be subject to action, including removal from the meeting. Per General Statute 143-1318-17, a person who willfully interrupts, disturbs, and disrupts an official meeting, and who, upon being directed to leave the meeting by a presiding officer, willfully refuses to leave the meeting is guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor. Not worried about that, but I just wanted to remind you. Audience members should refrain from yelling out or responding to comments made by speakers during call to the audience. Violators of this will be given 1 warning, and if the behavior continues, they will be asked to leave. We must respect the rights of individuals who have come here to respectfully address the board. So, given that...
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would like to make a motion to combine our call to the audiences from 2 into 1.
We don't have to get to the second call to the audience. I just want to make a point of order. And again, it's going to take 2/3 because we've already approved the agenda, so that would have needed to be done in the beginning. So there are only 2 people that have written down items that are not listed as an agenda, as an action item. And so I think it's okay to allow those 2 people to move forward. I'm happy to entertain your motion, though, if you still want to make it.
Yes, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
So all in favor of combining the 2 call to the audiences, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So first we have Sandy Isles, Veronica McLaurin Brown, and Becca Beidel. Please come forward and take one of those 3 seats. Except Ms. Isles, you can just go straight to the podium. Let's go ahead and put you're already in the front. Cynthia Silva, over here, second. Okay. Cynthia Silva, and have a seat next to Ms. Beidel. Okay, thank you. Ms. Isles.
Good evening. First, I would like to thank the board for adding seclusion and restraint to the agenda for discussion. I hope this will be the first of many discussions and a step towards adopting safer practices. I hope our district will be honest and transparent with the data. No excuses, no gaslighting, no blaming. I ask that we stop blaming children for their struggles and start asking why they are struggling in the first place. What role do adults have in student behavior? And how can we do better so that our children can thrive in school? I also ask that we stop misrepresenting what seclusion does to a child. When we lock children in seclusion rooms, it does not teach them skills or calm them. It breaks them and forces them into a traumatic dissociative state where they disconnect from themselves and their environment. It is called PTSD in children, impacting them for life. Do not mistake a child's eventual quiet state for calm. What you are witnessing is a broken child. As a board, you're required to adopt policies that protect all students and staff. Seclusion and restraint is always dangerous and never without risk of serious injury or death. It simply is not safe for anyone. Teachers are not proud to say they seclude children. Secluding a child feels like defeat. No one wins. Our district also is not proud of the practice. It's a dark secret no one wants to talk about. We'd rather pretend it does not happen. New Hanover County does not celebrate that we have the highest rates of seclusion and restraint in the state because we know it is a failure on our part. Yet we continue to do it. Why? Why are we engaging in a practice that brings shame to everyone involved? Our practices and policies should not cause shame. And finally, Mr. Boyer, You are up for re-election. You told me you support this policy as it is written. I hope every parent in New Hanover County remembers when they vote that you support this practice of locking their disabled children in padded cells. Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
The last sentence of Policy 2120 states that your first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of students. You are on record acknowledging the harmful effects of suspensions on young children. You are on record acknowledging the inequities in the application of suspensions. Now is your time to go on record voting for a discipline policy that supports the educational welfare of our students, especially 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old babies. Revise Policy 4300 at your February meeting. Add the following statement to the current discipline policy. Suspensions will not be used as a consequence for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old students, except for guns or drugs or serious bodily harm. Begin implementing the new policy in August 2022. Use some of the almost $90 million in unspent ESSER funds to provide the schools with the resources that they need. Pass a policy that gives our babies a warranty against being thrown out of school for a minor infraction such as uncontrollable crying. For God's sake, when our babies cry, they need a hug, not an out-of-school suspension. When our babies cry, maybe they need a virtual hug, not out-of-school suspension. When our babies cry, they need a hug, not out-of-school suspension.
Before you begin, Ms. Beidel, is there something that we can do about, I don't want to be mentioned about a crying baby, but it's kind of hard to hear. Is there something, a room that you can go into to listen for that? I don't even see a baby, so I don't know.
I believe that was part of the call to the audience.
I feel like it was a recording. I don't think it was real baby.
That was part of the presentation.
Okay, sorry, I was just having a hard time staying focused on my speaker when the baby was distracting. Okay, thank you. Ms. Beidel?
Here I am again, pleading to you for you to hear what classified staff are saying and to act on it. Thank you for the bonus, but by the time taxes were taken out, I received $649.50. This is not enough. Having my hourly pay raised to $15 an hour in July after working as a teacher assistant for 15 years is not enough. Working in an environment where there is no time for a lunch break because when would I have time to clock out is not enough. Having to work 2 or 3 jobs when you're titled a professional is absurd. A fellow teacher assistant's last day was today because, and I quote, "I have never felt so unappreciated and undervalued by the system. I'm spread too thin, the pay is too low, and I don't feel I can do a good job," unquote. She is the type of employee you want to retain. She is educated, a team player, and a hard worker. We are pleading for you to give all classified staff a starting wage of $17 per hour with increases for years of service, or give us substantial bonuses or supplements until you can come up with the numbers for the pay raise. As I'm sure you are aware, in October, Randolph County gave all full-time employees a $5,000 bonus. We have a right to know what is your plan for the unspent ESSER money. With the rise in COVID cases, once again, teacher assistants will be prepared to sub any subject and any grade level on a moment's notice, while more teachers are quarantined. We will do this because we care deeply about our students, but we deserve and need a livable wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Peter Wallich.
I have some comments about the policy review for 2120. and about having effective board policies. We're looking forward to next month's quarterly update of out-of-school suspension data from Ms. Varnum. The numbers she presented last time were pretty general, so my hope is that you will do a deep dive into the data. And here are some questions I hope you will ask her. How many children were suspended from kindergarten, from first grade, and from second grade? What was the breakdown by race, gender, and special education? What were the root causes of the children's misbehavior? Which interventions were used to help and support the children before they were suspended? And why were the children suspended? I mean, how many brought guns to school? Who brought drugs to school or committed a violent assault? And how long were the suspensions? How many children received more than one suspension? And how much instructional time was lost for each child? And what kind of help and support did the children receive when they returned to school? My understanding is that most of this data already exists and is available in the Educator's Handbook. I hope you will use Ms. Varnum's answers to better understand the harm that out-of-school suspensions have on 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, and the kind of support our educators need to keep children learning in school. End out-of-school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, except for guns, drugs, or a violent assault. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. As Ms. Silva approaches the podium, can we have Angie Caney, Tracy Nowak, and Loretta Stackhouse come to the first 3 seats, please? Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Faust and Board of Education members, I'm here tonight to ask you to ensure that all students have access to teachers, counselors, nurses, and other school personnel to support their safety, social, emotional, and academic needs by delivering the following without delay. First, raise the minimum wage to $17 per hour for all classified staff. The new Hanover County Board of Commissioners placed retaining and recruiting TAs as a budget priority, and we should have this as a priority as well. 2, show us the plan on how the $88 million in ESSER ARP COVID relief funds will be spent. And please share this evening the input from all stakeholders in regards to how the money should be spent. The new Hanover County Board of Commissioners expressed concern in regards to how the relief money will be spent. Number 3, I ask that you reinstate the mask mandate immediately and provide rapid testing to students and staff that present symptoms so they can either return back to class in 15 minutes or go home. I have great hope that we can work together as a community to meet the needs of our students without any further delays. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up is Angie Caney. Cheryl, Emma, you can make your way down to the front row.
We appreciate the data being released with regard to seclusion and restraint. Now let's talk about solutions. I've worked with abuse-reactive, EC, and trauma-informed, highly aggressive children for decades, and I'm certified in therapeutic crisis intervention. I understand crisis management and the need to place children in therapeutic holds for their safety and those around them. But that is the only time that restraint is to be used, and it should be done only by a trained staff member and only after every de-escalation strategy possible has been exhausted. Change your policy to reflect that. In addition, anytime a seclusion or restraint takes place, an incident report should be provided to the parent within 48 hours and a follow-up debriefing reflecting the incident. Yet it's virtually impossible for parents to obtain these. Why? The data shows that the number of times seclusion and restraint is performed in New Hanover County schools accounts for half the numbers reported in the entire state and surpasses most mental health treatment facilities. That is disturbing. As a certified conscious discipline instructor, we practice skills to avoid crisis, and we do not support seclusion rooms. We use a proactive student-led structure called the Safe Place, which teaches children calming strategies to regain composure so that restraint and seclusion behind locked doors is unnecessary. New Hanover County Schools claims that conscious discipline is being implemented in both Freeman and Snipes Elementary, along with the pre-K program to include Head Start. It appears that those schools have somewhat lower numbers, but staff could certainly benefit from additional support. And why aren't we providing equal access to this curriculum and investing in it across the entire county? We also know that the presence of communities in schools reduces these numbers, yet some of our schools with the highest need do not have access to CIS coaches. Why? We don't want excuses, we want viable solutions, and we want safety to be the priority of staff and students. In closing, we continue to watch the actions of this board and hold you accountable as you attempt to quickly dismiss victims of sexual assault due to statute of limitations to excuse the behavior of convicted child predators.
Tracy Nowak and Barbara Garrow, you can make your way to the front row.
Good evening. By now you've heard all you need to know from us regarding our job responsibilities and the need to retain experienced TAs and other classified staff to support the needs of our students who are in crisis. I'm speaking again because the outcome of the December meeting was totally discouraging. The facts and figures needed weren't gathered, although I know that you have given us some more facts now, but we needed to know about the exact use of the ESSER funds or how much it would cost to fund the 17 minimum wage we were asking for. You simply approved what the state gave us, which wasn't enough, and most certainly does not reflect my job responsibilities or my 12 years of service. We had a productive meeting yesterday with Dr. Barnes, who clearly understood the need for the pay increase, and he stated that the salary study was to be completed by the end of February. We were confident that it'll show that what we're asking for is appropriate and maybe even still not enough based on the cost of living here in Wilmington. Unfortunately, the time that he said it would take to interpret the results, reallocate funds, and come up with a plan for the raises does not help us now, and we cannot wait any longer. Even the county commissioners have said that one of their priorities for the next school year was retaining current TAs and hiring more. They're asking that you look closely at the current budget to better manage and appropriate funds to make that happen. Mary Hazel Small said that ESSER funds cannot pay for raises, but the Department of Education says ESSER funds can be used to, quote, invest in staff capacity and ensure that all students have access to teachers, counselors, and other school personnel to support their needs. Doesn't paying people a wage that they can live on translate to retaining TAs and other support staff, which in turn supports that statement? Isn't there a way to label the use of ESSER funds in order to compensate us now while working on a plan for a sustainable raise? People are leaving in droves, and there is a cost to our students when experienced TAs leave. Tell us tonight that you've heard us, that you've gotten the facts that you need, and that you're working on a plan to help us now as well as in the long run. That is how you tell us that we're valued.
Thank you, Ms. Nowak. Next up is Loretta Stackhouse, and Pat Bradford, you can make your way to the front. Loretta?
Stop suspensions of 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. Keep pre-K, kindergarten, first, and second graders in school. When a child acts inappropriately in school, he's sent home. He comes back and repeats the same action. The adult repeats the same action and sends him home again. The inappropriate action creates a teachable moment. What is the lesson learned? Who is teaching whom? Who is smarter, the child or the adult? The child learned how to get to stay home. What did the adult learn? How many times does this cycle need to be repeated to determine that this does not work? Suspensions do not improve behavior. Suspensions harm children. There are alternatives to out-of-school suspensions. You can break the cycle. You can change the policy to stop out-of-school suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, except for possessions of weapons or drugs or violent assault with one sentence: stop suspensions.
Thank you, Ms. Stackhouse. Next up is Cheryl Emma. Vance Williams, would you like to make your way to the front row, please? And Donna Garrett, or Gargett, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm back again for the third time, pleading with you to give TAs and other classified staff the starting wage of $17 an hour with substantial increases for years of service. The December 7th meeting was disheartening and frankly a slap in the face. You simply approved what the state gave us and added a couple little bonuses. While we are grateful for the money, it is just not enough now. The meager pay increase for the state, which only gave me 16-cent raise, is not enough by any means and certainly doesn't reflect my 17 years of service and experience. You tell us that the ESSER funds can't be used for pay increases and that you don't feel you should give raises out of that money with no means to sustain it after 3 years. However, you can give bonuses now to bring us up to $17 an hour temporarily while the salary study is being completed and reallocation of funds are made to pay us at the higher rate the study will find we deserve. We have found that the U.S. Department of Education says ESSER funds can be used to, quote, invest in staff capacity and ensure that all students have access to teachers, counselors, and other school personnel to support their needs, end quote. Raising the minimum wage to $17 an hour would clearly invest in staff capacity and ensure that students have access to educators. In Appendix A, Section 18003D, uses of funds of the Department of Education's certification and agreement for funding under the Education Stabilization Fund program, it states that funds can be used for, quote, other activities that are necessary to maintain the operation of and continuity of services in local educational agencies and continuing to employ existing staff of the LEA. Please make this happen.
Thank you, Ms. Emma. Next is Barbara Guerra.
We are asking you, as the policymakers for the New Hanover County Schools, to please add one phrase to the sentence concerning out-of-school suspensions in New Hanover County Schools. Behavior Policy 4300 should read, out-of-school suspensions will not be used as a consequence for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children, except for offenses that endanger the health and safety of others, such as the possession of weapons or drugs or violent assault. There are more effective alternatives to out-of-school suspensions that are already in your policy manual. Dr. Faust has told folks that he has a plan. It is hard to believe that he has not taken an opportunity to reveal it in the 10 months or more this request of you, the policymakers, has been a discussion topic. He is losing credibility with those of us that want to see New Hanover schools be excellent at keeping children in school learning, helping students utilize coping mechanisms so they can become contributing adults, and minimizing community violence. What is the plan? And without a policy, any plan is meaningless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garrow. Ms. Bradford is up next. And then if we can have, making to the front, David Perry and Natasha too.
Good evening. I signed up to speak to the superintendent's report. And I was encouraged by some of the things that I heard because I had some curiosity as to why some of these issues weren't being addressed. And for me, there's 4 things. I can go and get a job at Domino's and get paid more money than our teacher's assistants. And yet I want my teacher's assistant in the classroom teaching our kids. Doesn't make sense to me. So you're going to spend $50 million more on new equipment, but you're not going to pay the teacher's assistants more than somebody who works in fast food. It doesn't compute. You're locking children in padded rooms for bad behavior. I'd never heard of this before I came to these meetings. That's absolutely freaky. And I think if the county knew that we did that, there would be a riot. Hopefully you're going to address this, that we don't put children in padded rooms, particularly learning disabled children. I have a friend whose child was autistic, and the idea of an autistic child being shoved in a padded room, the door locked, is just horrifying. Okay, I've been coming to these meetings a while now, and I can just about repeat the entire drill for out-of-school suspensions for the 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. Why are we suspending little people? Why? If they don't bring a gun to school, if they don't do, throw feces at you, why are we suspending these little people? You're scarring them for life. You're concerned about loss of students. You're down 1,300 students. Some of those parents have pulled their kids out of our schools because they don't like what's going on. Can we please return to teaching them how to read and write and do a column of math? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Next up is Williams.
End school suspension for ages 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. In 2019, the Federal Crime Report on a national level during a pre-sentence investigation report showed over 73% of offenders had history of suspension and expulsion during the 3rd and 6th grade. There was no data track on 2nd graders because it's an unheard concept. It was not even worthy tracking the data for as 2nd graders, but they saw a trend. The 3rd grade and the 6th grade show history of them being disconnected from public schools. When I look on your website, I can find no evidence-based strategies that's visible. And if there are, could you please produce it? I will, give you my email, because I would like the parents to have a basic concept. What new strategies are you using to deter negative behaviors? It's not visible on your website, and I definitely know teachers can't share it with parents if it's not visible. Also, what cities, right, when you talk about evidence-based strategies, what cities are you modeling your educational structure after when you look at new practices, when you look at new methods to deter negative behavior? What other cities are you looking at to come up with new solutions and new ideas? Again, in school suspension ages 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next up is Donna Garrett. If we can have Mulaney Cooper and Alicia Ogundieli. I'm sorry, that's terrible. Mess up.
We are excited to announce that myself and Denise Yanone, together with a group of determined advocates, have gained widespread community support for chartering a Special Education Parent-Teacher Association, SEPTA. SEPTA advocates for exceptional students and collaborates with school district administrators, educational staff, and brings about the most positive educational and social-emotional outcomes for our children. SEPTA provides families with resources and the opportunity to be a collective voice for their child and all children. Since the formation of the new Hanover County SEPTA, we have heard many parents' concerns. The most heartbreaking is about seclusion in the Blue Room, a room that has caused EC kids to seriously regress. This regression screams trauma and not a safe place to calm down. SEPTA seeks direct collaboration with New Hanover County School Student Support Services, and we look forward to working together towards healthy solutions. We hope to meet with you in the very near future. Our goal is to create a strong connection between school and home. This painting, The Advocate, by Mary Radcliffe Harnato, tells the story. As parents, we compassionately feel our children's pain and their struggles when their needs are not met. On the other side, our advocating feels like a battle. As we begin a new year, we look forward to building a bridge for our parents. We want to stop the battle of us versus them and truly unite. Exceptional students need support to thrive, and we hope we can count on the new Hanover County School Board, administrators, and educational staff to help form a mutually beneficial collaborative partnership with the Special Education PTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garrett. Next up is David Perry.
Good evening. I'm David Perry. There are two reasons I'm here tonight. Both involve the mask mandate. But the first reason I'm here is for my grandson, who's 5 years old and attends kindergarten in the school district. So I want to applaud the board for finally getting rid of the mask mandate last month. But we know this is a monthly thing. And I know that there's going to be pressure on you based off increased COVID numbers to maybe renege on that and revert back. But this, I was pleasantly surprised at last month's vote. From listening to what I heard on the in the November meeting, you know, you guys wanted to extend it to January. But what people were saying was, hey, just let the parents have an opportunity to get their kids vaccinated, and then we're going to get rid of this. Okay, January's here. Forget the numbers, forget anything else that you had. Every parent who wants their kid vaccinated has had that opportunity. It's time to get back to free choice. And we act like this mask mandate doesn't have any effect on our kids. Go study, Google it. There are plenty of studies that show it has very negative effects on learning, especially for young kids, vocabulary, bonding with their teacher, bonding with their fellow classmates. You can't see those facial expressions. So I would hope that you would keep mask choice as the policy going forward. Secondly, I'm here because you know I'm suing you over requiring the mask here in these meetings. You know, if you decide to go back to having a mask mandate in the schools, you don't have to have one here at this meeting. You can separate the two policies. You made exceptions even last month for like buses, you have to have masks. You can make exceptions for this here. You could instruct your attorneys we could go in a mediation tomorrow. We're supposed to be in court at 9:30. And we can ask them to go in the mediation, and let's just forget this whole thing. I urge you to do so. Thank you.
Next up is Natasha Chen. Oh, I guess she didn't come. Okay, I'm sorry. Next up is Melanie Cooper. And can we have coming to the front row, Gail Major and Leslie Posey?
Good evening. My name is Melanie Cooper. We are here to advocate for our children and put an end to school suspensions for 4 to 7-year-old children, with the exception of gun or drugs. Each of you before me has an opportunity to change the path of the children who were wrongfully suspended for minor behavioral infractions. We are essentially suspending those who still believe in Santa Claus. In my opinion, you all should be on the naughty list and should have to work for the same wages that you want to pay the teachers' assistants. This policy is intentional and deliberate. Desegregation is the process of ending separation of two groups. However, we can see by the numbers that we live under this legalized caste system, and it's still in effect. By permitting this policy, you are contributing to the school prison pipeline, which overwhelmingly suspends 60% of the 18% of Black and brown children who attend schools in New Hanover County. It's 2022. When are you going to do something new? It's a scary and dangerous place to live in when your privilege gets you off for murder after firing an AR-15. But a believer of Santa Claus receives a school suspension for behaving like a child in this oppressive climate. This is a moral issue. Dr. King's dream has not been fulfilled, and it doesn't make any sense. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, get it together and stop the nonsense.
Okay, next up we have Alicia. Please make your way to the front, Ms. Gail Major, Leslie Posey, and Yolanda Hernandez, so that I can see that you're here and ready to go. Okay, Robert Bellamy and Barbara Anderson. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Ogundelli. Let's talk about Student Behavior Policy 4300. In your manual, it states that the policy established in a system that ensures the equitable treatment of all students. Data from the New Hanover County School Communication Office shows that out-of-school suspension, part of the system, is indeed broken. In the 2018-2019 school year, 59% of the elementary students were white. They only made up 21% of the suspensions. And 18 of the elementary students were black. 18% of the elementary students were black, and they represented 60% of suspensions. That is not an equitable treatment. The policy also states that consequences for unacceptable behavior will be designed to help a student learn to comply with rules, to be respectful, to be responsible for his or her behavior, and to develop self-control. How exactly are 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds learning about rules, respect, and responsibility and self-control when they now have been kicked out of school? The answer is they're not. The faster way to fix the problem is revise the policy 4300 and keep our youngest students in school so that their mistakes become teachable moments. In out-of-school suspension for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-olds, except for guns, drugs, or violent assaults. By you ignoring those that are most effective by students this is a policy affects, means that you are not.
Your time is up.
Okay, well, that's fine too. Keep our kids in school.
Thank you. So, Ms. Major, you'll be next. Is Leslie Posey here? Okay. Is Yolanda Hernandez here? Robert Bellamy? Okay. Barbara Anderson? Okay. Stacy Kitt? Okay. No Stacy Kitt? Okay. Reverend Reginald Pickett? See here? You can make your way to the front. Merritt Blaylock? Okay. Rocky Jeter Webb? The Michael Fox? Sonia Patrick? Okay, you can make your way to the front. All right, Ms. Major, thank you for waiting.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Gail Major. I did want to introduce myself because I do see that we have some teachers here, and I'm very happy to see that, and I want them to know that I'm the child advocate for New Hanover County, representing parents, teachers, children, and the community. I'm here today to talk about the curriculum. I think the last email that I sent to all of you, including a couple of members of the commissioners, was December 3rd. It was pretty loaded. It was pretty direct. A lot of different things on data, curriculum, many other things. But what I'm doing with the curriculum now is working with other counties within North Carolina that present to you, which I did. I put out a hand to speak to you in person to present to you the research and documentation that we have. A lot of it comes from the curriculum that we have questions on with the budget and so on. So now the commissioners are all aware, because I've been to a couple of their meetings, that's why you haven't seen me the last few months. So there is a large amount in the community that are looking to bring you together with us. And if you choose not to, we are going directly to the commissioners. They are aware of that. We have every right to that. We will take apart the budget. The budget is not only here, in New Hanover County. You talked a little bit about it, Dr. Faust, about the state. What about the money that's coming in from Washington, D.C. to education? We're done. 2022 is going to be in you in the sense of we will show you that we have a voice and you will listen to us. I think it's an election year, so please keep that in consideration too, please. Thank you.
Next we have Reginald Pickett. Pardon me? Oh. He should show up, okay. Mr. Jeter Webb, can you make your way to the front, please? And Reverend Pickett, sorry, musical chairs.
Greetings. School suspension. In 1712, Willie Lynch, a slave owner, writes to all his slave owner friends along the James River, Virginia, about how to bring the order and the annihilation of all the slaves that they considered to be their property. It gave them the best means and information of how to bring these people to a desolated end, even to the point where they taught them how to burn their children alive. It is written, he who controls the past controls the present. He who controls the present controls the future. We cannot allow the grim reality of our past to dictate the present, or it will surely destroy the future of our children. Suspension from education promotes mass incarceration. Ask me how I know, because I was a victim of school suspension. It led me to my first crack pipe smoke. It led me to my first drink of alcohol. It led me to my first education of child molestation. School suspension without the proper supervision will lead to a society of degradation. So I leave here with a thought in my heart today. Will the New Hanover County Board of Education vote on a bill or an amendment that will cause the lynching of a social society of our babies? I bid you today, and not only this board, but I challenge every mother and every father to come together with this board, that we might get together on one accord. For when we began to come together on one accord,
Pickett, your time is up.
Thank you. School suspension must end.
Next up is Rocky Jeter. Rocky Jeter, you're up. Is Michael Fox, did he show up? Then April Farr and Josie Barnhart, you can make your way to the front. I'm sorry, go ahead.
How many lies have y'all told the public and students of public schools? What science says children are at risk of catching COVID and that masks work? Why is critical race theory being secretly implemented into our schools when it's based on a lie? Why is the sheriff department blocking us and against us from entering the building to exercise our constitutional rights? Why is the Board of Education scared of public criticism? Why are public schools getting the shots and trying to force them on children? Why did New Hanover County sell out the health and freedom of our children for $57 million? Again, $57 million. All these questions still have no answers. If y'all spent time doing actual research, you would know children pose little to no risk of catching COVID. If y'all did actual research, you would know children pose, you would know that children are more likely to be struck by lightning than catching COVID. Have you never read a medical book? Have you never read a history book? Or are you just an elected bureaucrat hungry for power? Either start listening to us, follow the science and not the scientists, do your research, or get ready to lose your seats in the next election. Keep the mask off of our children. Let's go, Brandon.
Next up, Sonia Patrick. If we can have Josie Barnhart, Melissa Mason, and Morgan Wallace make their way to the front.
Thank you. My name is Sonia Bennington Patrick. I currently chair the National Black Leadership Caucus. Our membership consists of public officials, faith-based leaders, sorority, fraternities, retired educators. And I stand before you to end school suspension for ages 4 through 7, except in the events of drugs or gun violence. We live in an institutionalized racist system. They've had school suspensions from 4 to 7 since I was in New Hanover County. And I have adult children and grandchildren in this system. We cannot change the past, but we can look forward to a better future for all children, because we know that our African American children are grossly impacted by school suspensions from 4 to 7. It leads to mass incarceration and school to prison pipelines. We cannot change the past, but everyone today, this board can change for a better future. Let's work together better for New Hanover County and a better New Hanover County Board of Education system by ending school suspensions from 4 to 7. Thank you for listening.
Okay, next up, April Farr.
Hello, I'm April Farr, and I'm just here tonight wondering if those of you who so passionately and vehemently advocated and pushed to make masks optional in our schools are surprised when COVID infections increase. Judging from the lack of masks on most of law enforcement here tonight, it's safe to assume that they're not wearing masks in our schools either. Do you think that contributes to COVID infections? Thank you.
Next up, Josie Barnhart.
Good evening. First, I'd like to address the call to audience. I would propose that the call to audience be combined back into one period for board meetings out of respect for our public. One of the things that I think that needs to change is the first come, first served sign up basis. So I'd like for us to think about that. In addition, I think that people can sign up to not only speak, but to sign up to transfer their time so that one individual could have an opportunity to speak for 10 or 15 minutes, having a longer, more in-depth speech, but representing dozens of our community members that deserve to be heard. Now, another thing is onto quarantines. In October of this year, quarantine protocols changed such that school nurses were not issuing them because some of them were issuing kids quarantines for 21 days. That is absurd for education. Looking over our data from October of 2020 to June of 21, roughly 1.4% of individuals placed into quarantine actually got COVID. That was over a 10-month period when a vaccine was not readily available. Tonight, I'm asking that schools remove themselves from enforcing quarantines on children without symptoms that have been exposed. While I encourage families who are sick to stay home and keep their sick kids home, the health department will notify families and they will figure out the protocols that they need to proceed forward. The updated North Carolina toolkit that allows for medical discrimination of different quarantine protocols for those who are unvaccinated and vaccinated, as well as they don't mention the natural antibodies. Providing subpar education for anybody who is not fully vaccinated, unvaccinated, or has natural antibodies is downright discrimination and it's not acceptable. The learning loss created by mandating quarantines of healthy kids needs to stop, and I'm asking you to do that tonight. We are not even measuring how much spread that we are actually eliminating in our county. With that being said, I hope that you make what is best decision as far as education goes, because our kids deserve to be in school learning, all of them, regardless of their medical status. Thank you.
Melissa Mason.
Hi, I'm Melissa Mason, and I'm here to talk about two things: changing the current quarantine policy and some misinformation that was spread to the media. First, the quarantine policy. As of right now, children are being placed under quarantine. As Josie said, some 21 days, most of them for 10 to 14 days. In recent decision, the CDC changed their recommendations from 10 to 14 to 5. There was also discussion regarding a negative COVID test, allowing for a return sooner. I propose that we use these protocols since they have been recommended by the CDC. According to recent studies, the Omicron variant is much weaker than previous variants, and according to our data here in New Hanover County, there have been 0 hospitalizations of children. This virus isn't going to go away, but our students need to return to a stable and normal routine. Our children have already missed too much school. Secondly, misinformation. I want to address that because we were sent out a survey beginning of December as parents, whether we were interested in a vaccine clinic being offered at the various schools. If you are unaware of the questions, I would recommend you seek them out. The last question was kind of the most concerning to me, and it was, what time of day do you prefer to schedule the vaccine? There were 2 choices, morning and afternoon. There was no third option of, I don't want this. That put out a red flag to me, and when I read the article that said that all 612 responses to the survey expressed interest in a vaccine clinic, lots of red flags went up. I know and have talked to many parents who do not want this. Honesty and integrity do not look like this. Thank you.
Morgan Wallace.
I'm Morgan Wallace. I'm a 10-year employee of New Hanover County. I worked in the cardiovascular ICU for 5 years. I was your last line of defense with COVID. We ran your heart and lungs outside your body with your chest open while you were bleeding on the floor. And what I realized was that patients were needlessly dying because of government's withheld policies for treating COVID. Everyone who died with COVID should be considered murdered. Early treatment has always been affected. I walked out of the hospital on the mandate day. I have my own practice, and I am the only person in town treating COVID patients prior to hospitalization. I also watched the entire staff at the hospital, including in my unit, get vaccinated and then get COVID, amongst all kinds of other ailments. You have now loaded your body with millions of spike proteins, and you are a ticking time bomb for cancer, blood clots, and whatever kind of ailment may come up in your body. And I'm tired of hearing people go and ask doctors, can they be treated for COVID, and their only option is a vaccine or go home or go into the hospital where you're not going to make it out. I will be happy to treat any one of you for COVID prior to going to the hospital because early treatment has always worked. I'm a member of the FLCCC Alliance, NC Physicians for Freedom, and the Medical Freedom Summit. And I would ask y'all to please stop choosing fear and putting masks on our kids. The vaccine is not going to work. Early treatment has always worked, and government mismanagement of patients is why people have died. And families have realized this, and they are rising up, and they are going to come after governments and the hospital. I was highly decorated and highly respected at New Hanover. I was the November 2020 Employee of Excellence, and I had a job opportunity this year from the chief medical director at this hospital, and I chose to walk out and stand up for what is right. So putting these masks on our kids is not going to help, nor is vaccination, and we all need to realize that. It is out, the cat is out of the bag, and people are speaking globally, including the inventor of the vaccine.
Okay, that concludes our call to the audience section of the meeting. Next, we will move on to consensus items. Personnel report. Do I have a motion to?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consensus items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Wildeboer or Ms. Walker, either one.
Walker.
Okay, give it to Pete. Okay. He's a grandfather now. Congratulations. Forgot to mention that. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next on our agenda, we're into old business, policies for second reading. So are there any that we need to pull out, or is there a motion to accept as presented?
Madam Chair, before you have the policies discussed during the November 9th Policy Committee meeting. I have not heard anything from board members about anything in particular that they would like to discuss. So unless there is objection, I would ask for a motion to pass these policies as listed.
Are you making the motion?
I would ask for the motion.
Okay. You're not going to make the motion?
I'll move to pass these as listed.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll give that to Mr. McManus. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, those are all approved. Next on our agenda, COVID update. I'd like to invite Ms. Barnum to the podium, please.
Good evening. I want to introduce Ms. Carla Turner and Mr. David Howard. Mr. Howard is our health director with New Hanover County Health and Human Services, and Ms. Turner is the assistant health director.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. I'm just going to take a few minutes to share some of the metrics that we're tracking in the county. I get the data I get the transmission, community transmission from the CDC. The majority of the rest of my data comes from North Carolina DHHS, and then our data from hospitalization comes from our communications with the hospital. So I just want to let you know So for the week of December 24th through December 30th, we had 1,121 positive cases in New Hanover County. And I picked that week because we do a weekly trend, and I sent that to Julie kind of late, so if she hasn't been able to get that to the board members, we can get that to you. We do our trends Friday through Thursday, our weekly trend graphs are put together. So for that week, and we'll have another one that will come out this coming Friday for the week we're in right now, but for that week, we had 1,121 positives in New Hanover County. So according to North Carolina DHHS, as of today, I checked at lunchtime today, the positivity rate for our county is 20.6%. In the hospital, hospital patients who are COVID positive, as of yesterday, there were 57 patients in the hospital with COVID, 6 were in ICU, and 5 were on ventilators. Now, I do want to compare that, we are in the middle of Omicron right now, compare that to Delta. Back on August 25th, at that point, when we were in the midst of Delta, the hospital had 111 people admitted for COVID, 28 in the ICU and 27 on ventilators. So David's going to kind of speak to that in a little while. As far as deaths, we've had 3 deaths in the last 7 days. So we've had a total of 305 deaths since the beginning of COVID back in March of 2020. According to the CDC, and this is no surprise, our community transmission rate is high. The whole state of North Carolina is high. But I do want to just give you some information on vaccinations by age. So, as you know, the CDC has just now, the FDA has recommended boosters for the 12 to 15-year-old group. And the CDC now has to approve that, and when that we'll be able to move forward with that. But as of today, our 5 to 11 age range, we have 19% of that population fully vaccinated, which means 2 doses of Pfizer. 12 to 17, 49%. 18 to 24, 41%. And then I pulled a couple of other categories for your staff. Age ranges 25 to 49, we've got a 64% vaccination rate, fully vaccinated. And a 50 to 64-year-olds, we have a 73% vaccination rate. Now, for our county as a whole, 5 years old and greater, 62.9% of the county is fully vaccinated. And I do want to say that fully vaccinated is still either a full series of Moderna or Pfizer, which is 2 shots, or the 1 Johnson & Johnson. The booster shot has not been incorporated into the definition of fully vaccinated at this time. So that's kind of the metrics, and I'm going to let David kind of talk to some of those points.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. So as Carla mentioned, we are operating under the belief that the vast majority of cases we're seeing are Omicron. that has spread very rapidly across the country and the world, really, and has spread very rapidly across North Carolina and here locally. We don't identify the variant. CDC does that on a randomized, very strategic basis, and they're telling us that I think a week and a half ago we were at 70% at least Omicron, and by now we're probably close to 90 plus. So I wanted to set that.
Can't hear me.
Mr. Howard, can you hear me? We're having, if you can just hang on for a minute, we're having a little bit of a technical difficulty.
Okay.
You're muffling. Huh?
It's Zoom.
It's Zoom.
Might be
okay.
my mask.
Okay.
I'll back up, so take your mask.
No, it's Zoom.
Okay.
Get across the room.
Is this any better, Julie?
Yeah, I think we're getting some muffling through maybe Zoom.
Yeah.
Some reverb or something, maybe?
Reverb.
Okay, how's this?
Yeah, better.
Okay, so yeah, Omicron seems to be certainly the dominant variant that we're seeing. Case count and percent positive seems to be quite high. As Carla indicated, though, severity indicators, hospitalizations, numbers in ICU, elderly present better than previous.
I think we're losing them again.
I think we're losing you again. It's not that we can't, it's not your mask, it's the, I think it's the connection.
It's supposed to be a problem everywhere.
No, you're kind of crackling.
Back.
Okay, try again.
Are they going to share vaccine injuries?
How about now?
All right, you want to try again?
Is this any better?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So I just wanted to run across some of the impacts that you have to consider for your specific environment and circumstances for the school system, of course. I also want to point the board to the updated CDC guidance, which North Carolina Health and Human Services and we locally have adopted what we're calling the 5+5 isolation and quarantine guidance. If you haven't looked at that, that's an important document to review. Functionally, they are, when I say they, the CDC has indicated they're leaning toward considering being boosted as fully vaccinated. The reason I say that is because the guidance for isolation and quarantine provides some differentiation for a person who is boosted when they're eligible. So it's actually just today they went from 6 months to 5 months for Moderna or Pfizer, or within 2 months after the J&J. So please review that and consider that in terms of your decision making. The other impacts for your population, I think, really comes down to your operational realities in staff and bus drivers, teachers, aides, et cetera, and the potential impacts of the Omicron spread. We are not seeing the severity of illness with Omicron, but as I've heard many times and have read many times, a small percentage of a very large number of cases is still a pretty large number. Whether you're talking about hospitalizations, but also persons having to be out with an illness with Omicron or some other illness. So that could impact your operations if you experience a lot of cases when you come back to session, when you go back to school, and a lot of teachers' aid staff and children have to be out sick. Other than that, we're open to questions. I'll just point out again that some of the guidance we try to give you is really around your environment, not necessarily applicable to the entire community. You have a very large operation to run, and we'll answer any questions specific to your circumstances. And as I mentioned, we have the new CDC isolation and quarantine guidance here. If you have any specific questions about that, and what that means, we can try to look at that and answer those questions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. So would you prefer to have Mr. Wildebohr ask this question and then you go, or you want to hold? You want to hold it, or you want to?
Yeah, that's fine. You just asked for questions. So.
Okay, then go ahead, Mr. Wildebohr.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned, and I had asked this question last month also, about the number of hospitalizations. How many of those are in the 18 and under age group? So how many of them would actually be our students?
Did we get that demographic?
We don't get it broken down. Hey, Mr. Littlemore, we don't get that broken down to that level from the data that we get from the hospital.
I can tell you, Mr. Littlemore, we've been told by the hospital they've seen an increase.
Could you hold for 1 second? We are not calling out from the audience, please. You're being disrespectful for all of us to try to listen and make a decision. I'm sorry, Mr. Howard. I'm sorry.
So the hospital has told us they've seen an increase in COVID positive census patients admissions of 18 and under, which they consider pediatric. But again, they're not seeing a great deal of severity. So the reasoning for that is not necessarily explained. It may be simply because we've done a good job of protecting them up until now. It may be because coupled with the fact that the Omicron variant seems to be transmitting very easily and rapidly, and so it's covering the entire population quite easily.
And if I could follow up with a second question, I've been in contact with the county commissioners, and they said a lot of these numbers are skewed simply because they've held vaccination or testing. They did 700 last week. So is there a truth to that a lot of these numbers are skewed? Not the hospitalization necessarily, but the number of tests and positive are skewed, number one, because a lot of people have been traveling, but also because of the vaccination, or not vaccination, but testing protocols that the county has done.
Well, I'll say to some degree, the waxing and waning of positivity rates is definitely going to go up day to day. That's why those figures that we use is a 14-day running average. So what you're hearing is an average over the past 14 days, as opposed to a few days or even just 1 week. The positivity rate you see on the CDC tracking page, their dashboard is a 7-day average. We use a 14-day.
Well, as I say, I don't think I got an answer to my question. I have from a county commissioner here that over 700 people were tested just last week at their testing site that they did, and those numbers feed into your numbers. So that would, if we had 700 additional tests that we were given, that would feed into that whole number, would it not?
I will say we actually did just under 600 tests at that drive-in site that we did at our annex, Mr. Littlemore, and of those, about 25% of them came back positive.
Okay.
Right.
That's correct.
And every bit of that data that we get goes into the state website. So that is fed up to the state. And so that is placed into their rolling 14-day average on the NCDHHS website.
Well, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Farnham, would you like to jump in?
Yeah,
Thank you all. Hang on just in case we need you again.
I certainly want to thank Carla and David for joining us. I want to bring your attention back to your item on Assembly, where you have the supporting documents at the bottom. You have a link or supporting links. The first link is the New Hanover County Schools COVID dashboard. Of course, we don't have any updates for this week because we haven't had students in since the 17th, and those data are there. But if you go into that dashboard, you will find there's a link at the top for precautions, and the toolkit sits there, and it's a live link. Yes. And clicking on that goes to the updated precautions that we have for schools, but then at the top of that, the toolkit is there. And then the county dashboard that has been referred to is that next link.
Ms. Billy, could you pull that up? Would you click on that link for us, please? I just wanted people on the board, in case you haven't had a chance to really look at that, or people in the audience at home who are watching and you have questions on how to find the data that we're talking about and the information quickly, then I just wanted you to see that. So this is what you'll see, and the items in red are the items that have been changed as of December 30th.
Actually, if you click on the blue link, you'll see the items in red that are changed.
Can
And this is the state's toolkit that has adopted the CDC recommendations.
Thank you. Okay. So is that it?
Yes.
Okay. So all right, Ms. Justice?
Okay, I'm looking at this right now, and they're doing, and they're having information on masks, which is absolutely important. Now, the CDC did come out with a change in quarantine, and I haven't had a chance to look through all this. The toolkit's update, has the toolkit been updated to reflect, and are we also now reflecting the fact that the quarantine is no longer going to be the 10 days, but now 5?
Yes.
Okay.
In this toolkit, on page, and I did not bring my glasses, so I'm going to have to hold this way
16.
up. Page 16 through 17, it goes through, or 15 through 16, it goes through the different variations of the type of either COVID exposure, diagnosis, or symptoms, and based on vaccination status or type of exposure, the amount of time.
Thank you very much.
And that's a really helpful chart to look at.
I'm looking forward to doing that.
Okay, Mr. Wildebohr?
Just want to make sure, first off, Happy New Year. Thank you for everything you're doing. So the new COVID positive for the week of 2012, 17, 21, we had 41 cases total. Is that correct?
I don't have the dashboard with me, but if we can go back, whatever's on the dashboard is correct.
Okay, so we had 41
Okay.
cases out of, and you said we were at 24,000 students. So by my number, that's 0.00017. So, okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I have my numbers in front of me. Thank you.
And to clarify that, do you recollect at all how many quarantines those 41 cases led to?
So if we scroll over on here, if we can scroll to the right into that final week so I can see that total right there. Is that 100?
Okay.
So we have 100 exposures or quarantines due to exposure at school. Again, these are school exposures that we're measuring.
Okay, but not community exposure where they just have it and they're out of school.
Right.
Okay. And I can't see on that, and my computer's not scrolling. Is that students or is that total cases within our school system?
Total. It's a combination of students and staff.
Okay, are there any more questions for Ms. Farnham or for Ms. Turner or Mr. Howard? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next on our agenda is the state required vote regarding masks in the schools. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we delay the vote until after the New Hanover County HHS meeting later this month, which I believe is on the 18th. They'll be meeting at 8 o'clock on that day, and I think we should follow their guidance.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we did the last time. So, yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? Yes, Ms. Adams?
I'm not going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to support that. I believe that we need to go back to mask mandate, starting with school on Thursday, for the safety of our students and staff.
Ms. Justice?
Obviously, and there's been a lot of studies, because of everything moving so rapidly. Omicron appears not as severe as, say, Delta. But on the other hand, people still get it and they get sick. People can't come to school when they're sick, either the students or the staff. And that's what my concern is, that we've only got so many, we've got to protect everybody. Protection's important, but the reality is we also have to be able to have people in the classroom teaching and students in there, and people in the cafeteria. And if this thing is as contagious as measles, and I lived before we had vaccinations for measles, it's not going to be pretty. So that's what my concern is, just the practicality of just being able to have the schools function under these conditions.
Ms. Grable, if I could.
I would like to add in there that we do have students in school right now. Our restart programs are back. They started on Monday. And we do have staff, teachers, faculty in schools right now with doing training and professional development. So we do have people in our buildings right now that just point of, yes, Mr. Wildebohr.
And if I could share again, just a quick thing that one of the county commissioners has asked me to share with us as we think about this. Think about alternatives to masking. Free rapid tests at schools, which the county commissioners are also doing. Or at least wait for health professionals to weigh in on this and at their morning meeting on January 18th. If not, you will be acting as health professionals, and that is easily challenged, as none of you are. Just some food for thought. Also, positivity rates are not what you should solely need to be looking at. because we have been testing more than normal. As I mentioned before, due to holidays and travel, the county held a rapid test clinic last week and tested nearly 700 people. All those numbers feed into the percentage numbers, so you have to look at hospitalization rate and ICU. And I believe we were told tonight that 0% of the students are actually in the hospital. All well within and under capacity. No hospital issue. Hope this helps.
So just a point, Ms. Adams, go ahead.
I'm just curious, are we allowed to, can I ask a question to that? I'm
Yeah.
curious which commissioner is sharing that information with you? Whose comment is that?
I have not asked her if she wanted me to share that, so I better not.
Okay. I mean, again, the county commissioners have their responsibilities. Our responsibility is the school system and making sure that we are making the best decisions for our students, keeping our students in school, being educated. And if you look at the CDC, if you look at the toolkit, we are going to have massive quarantines if we go back in mask optional. I am not saying I want to be mask mandated forever. My hope would be that Omicron passes quickly and by February we can come back down again. That would be great. What I'm saying is for right now, for the way this is spreading, for the amount of people that are being infected, and for the amount of students that would be out of the classroom, staff that may have to come out of the classroom, we've got to do what's best to get our kids in the classroom.
Excuse me. Whoever is making the comment, can I get a sheriff's deputy to the person who's talking through her megaphone? She needs to be asked to leave.
Something that isn't accurate. Masks do not work and tests are inaccurate.
Madam Chairman, I do want to remind everyone that the Health Department last month also commented when I asked the question of the effectiveness of masks. They said, and I quoted 20%, and he said that was probably about right. So we're talking about something that might at best be 20% effective, so 80% ineffective.
Yes, Mr. McManus, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, Ms. Walker.
I just wanted to add to the mask issue. You cannot go to your doctors without being in a mask. You cannot go on transit or to the airport without a mask, and there's a reason for that. It is not that it protects 100%, but it does help. And so that is one of the only things that we have tool-wise at our disposal at this time. So,
Mr. McManus?
What I'm not sure everyone understands is that with a mask mandate requirement, however you want to label it, that only those students who tested positive are required to go home. If there is not, then everyone that is exposed has to go home. If we've learned one thing in the last close to 2 years, give or take, is that our kids need to be in school. I hope everybody remembers how far behind our students are, particularly our lower socioeconomic and our priority schools. God knows they need to be in school. If a mask mandate keeps them in school, except for those who are tested positive, who in God's world doesn't want them in school? We need to be proactive. 2 weeks from now, if it goes down, we can revisit. We can revisit tomorrow. But we need to be proactive and not reactive. Our kids need to be in school.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. McManus. All right, so I heard a motion, and would you please repeat your motion, Mr. Wildebohr?
Absolutely. I move to delay the vote until after the New Hanover County HHS meeting, which is on January 18th.
And I didn't hear a second.
Yes, you did.
Nelson second.
Nelson seconded that? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so it looks like we will take a vote on that motion. And Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Bullier?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Craybill?
No. Okay, so that motion did not pass by 5-2, 2-5. Okay, is there another motion that we would like to make? Ms. Justice?
Yes, I motion that we vote on whether or not to continue the mask. I vote that we continue, that we reinstall, put the mask mandate back in place in the schools until next month's vote again.
So your motion is to have masks mandatory in the schools effective Wednesday? Tomorrow?
Okay, yes, thank goodness the kids aren't, I shouldn't put it that way.
Kids are in school.
I know, I've got one in school, but I mean, the majority of the kids aren't, so they will have notice. Okay.
Is Wednesday enough time? The next day?
Thursday. Thursday.
Thursday's fine, okay. All right, so can you, would you add that to your motion?
And
So we have a date?
I'd add that to the motion, yeah, Thursday, although I would think, I really wish people would put these masks on when they're doing their training.
Okay, so your motion is to return to mask mandatory effective Thursday. January the 6th?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Stephanie Adams seconded. Is there any more discussion?
Ms. Craybill?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Can we have clarification as to whether or not that motion would apply to all school system buildings? I believe Ms.
Yes, let me ask
school.
Judy, Ms. Justice, if she would consider adding this, that it applies indoors in all schools and school settings and at school-related events, indoors, and that that includes sports that do not, it's not a hazard, like swimming and wrestling would be exempt, but basketball would not. Would you be interested in adding that to your motion?
That's absolutely fine. The more protection, the better.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay, so the motion is to go mask mandatory effective Thursday, January the 6th for all indoor, pre-K through 12. Can I add that? Ms. Justice, pre-K
Well,
through
that
12?
would be a given.
No, it's not a given. We just need to state that.
Oh, well, go right ahead.
Okay, pre-K through 12 for all indoor events in school and school settings and in any school building. It would include athletic events for spectators, athletes on the bench, and athletes that it is not a safety hazard to have a mask on.
Point of clarification. So you're saying like a basketball player, so say we have a team that comes in from Pender, we're going to require the Pender team also to wear a mask in basketball, say girls basketball.
I'm sorry. Could I just amend that to let our athletes at least participate on a neutral playing field? Let our athletes be without masks.
Ms. Farnham, what was our stance before? We've already discussed this once. It was my impression that our athletes were exempt except when sitting on the bench.
So in the past, we followed the North Carolina High School Athletic Association guidance, and then for this school year, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association left it up to the districts based on their mask mandate determination or mask determination. So at last, when masks were required within school settings regarding athletics, masks were not required for wrestlers on the mat, as that would be dangerous. Were not required for swimmers in the pool, as that makes no sense, but were being used by other indoor sports, but exterior sports, because we didn't have an outdoor mask requirement, did not apply.
And, you know, the fact is, to be fair, if they are coming from other school districts, they should have to follow the same policy that, you know, that our athletes do.
I know this isn't scientific, but I played basketball.
Yeah, that's a good question for Mr. Shive.
What's the question?
The question was, are visiting athletes required to follow our rules?
I don't know. On the one hand, I think we could set the policies for our own buildings. I mean, that would be my initial thought.
That's what I would
but
say.
I have not looked into that question.
So what are you going to do when they show up and they don't have masks on? You're going to say
Give
you
them
can't
to 'em.
play? I mean, come on. This is getting a little ridiculous.
All right, Ms. Justice, if you want to add that to the motion, then if you want to strike
Well,
that
that
from the
they,
motion, that's fine.
anybody from the outside that comes into our building should follow our school policies, and that would be including the athletes. Except for those exemptions, things like, well, we don't have any swimming pools, but the wrestling.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, once again, is to require masks pre-K through 12 in all indoor settings. The and all indoor school settings, which would include all of our buildings. And how do you want to present with the athletes?
With the what, I'm sorry?
Athletes.
The athletes. And that, well, that all visitors, and that includes athletes from other school systems, have to follow the rules that we set down for the people that enter our buildings, with the exception of wrestling, because that is a safety issue.
Is that something we can enforce?
So I don't know all the current sports that the district has ongoing. Would you consider making the motion to be masked or required for all sports for which administration determines that they can be safely worn during athletic participation?
Who's going to determine if they're safely worn?
Administration.
That's fine with me. Leave it to them.
Okay. All right. So let's restate the motion one more time. That masks are mandatory pre-K through 12 in all indoor school settings, and sports would be determined by administration.
So
Is that a good motion? Is that your motion, Ms. Justice?
That's my motion.
Okay. And is there a second to that motion?
I will second that.
Okay. Now, is there more discussion? So,
I would
Mr.
like to offer an amendment to, and I'll vote against it anyway, but I'd like to offer an amendment to require masks in pre-K through 12 in all of our school buildings, or all of our buildings, with the exception of athletic participation. When our athletes are actively participating on court or on the field, I'd like them to be able to.
Just mean the athletes, you don't mean the participants in the audience?
No,
correct?
that's
Okay.
not participation. I just mean athletic participation. Our athletes, our student athletes
And
should be
athletes
exempted.
who are actively participating, not sitting on the
Yes.
bench.
I'll second that.
Okay, so that's the amendment. All right.
So that
Mr.
would-
McManus, did you have a comment to
The
that?
administration's out of it.
Yeah, that just sounded like that happened, according to your amendment.
Okay. All right, so let's vote on that amendment. The amendment is basically taking out the athletes. Is that what the amendment was?
Yeah, after that.
Okay. And was there a second? Mr. Wildebohr, you seconded? Okay.
While they're participating, while they're on the bench, they have to wear them, correct?
This is what, yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do a roll call so we have that.
Well,
Ms. Justice?
Okay, I'm not done. Hopefully this comes through really fast. I'm talking about the Omicron virus, because we all want to get back to normal. I mean, I have kids at home. I know how this is. This is very painful for all of us. But at this point, if I remember back, and I remember back too clearly, that one of the biggest spread factors happened to be happening during athletics. In fact, they were the highest number. And when you look at the counties around us, this is where these clusters and strange things were going on. So my concern is if the administration sees something that they feel is a safe situation, I would prefer they do it than just giving a blanket, they can leave the masks off. I'm very concerned about those clusters and spikes that keep happening around athletics. I just want to bring that up.
Okay, noted. All right, so Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
This is for the amendment?
This is for the amendment.
Can you reread the amendment, please?
Yes, please.
Okay, I didn't write it down. The amendment is to athletes actively participating in their sport do not have to wear masks.
I can just repeat the whole thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I can just repeat the whole thing. It is that in our buildings, pre-K through 12, masks will be mandated with the exception of active athletic participation.
Okay, so let's vote on that.
Okay.
Hold on. So is that the amendment, or do we have another one to vote on after that?
So if
That was an amendment to
if
the motion.
If the amended language is passed, we have to vote on the amended, that we have to vote on passing that policy.
The amendment first, then the original motion.
Okay,
We're voting on the amendment, and Mr. Wilbur seconded that, so.
Yeah, we're voting on the amendment, right?
We only said, I'm thinking out loud, we only sent the pre-K through 12 students. We didn't say anything about employees. Employees,
Masks are
visitors.
mandated in the building.
In the building.
And just to be clear, it means everybody. It means students, staff, faculty, visitors, volunteers, persons in that building. So there's no delineation
Property.
like we had just before.
Except outdoors.
Okay, so that is the motion. It was seconded. Ms. Bowie, would you call the roll?
Ms. Adams?
For the amendment, I'm going to say no.
Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Craybill?
Yes. So that's 5-2 for the amendment, correct? Athletes do not have to wear masks while actively participating. All right, so now do we go back? Okay, so then so we're going to go back to the original motion is that masks are required pre-K through 12. Can I add plus employees? I mean,
Well, in the buildings, all the employees are in the building, they're
all
going to have to.
buildings, all school settings for indoor events.
So if they're in
So
their
that's
building,
that's the original motion.
they're in the buildings or the buses or wherever our property except outside.
And remember, this does apply to school buses.
Yep.
Because we can't get away from that. The only exception to that would be students that have, and any students or employees that have accommodations.
Correct.
Okay, so we need to make sure we added that. I skipped over that in my notes.
Oh, I'm sorry, we amended that, so now we're voting to adopt the policy. We amended hers, we're voting to adopt.
Right.
We're clear it means accommodations.
Right, but also with the amendment about the athletes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Everybody clear what we're voting on? Oh my God, we should be typing it up there so we can read it. Okay, so Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Boyer?
No.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
And Ms. Craybill?
No, I've lost, yes. So the motion passes for masking indoors, with the exception of athletes actively playing sports. Did that capture it? With all of the changes and the amendments and those with exemptions?
We went over 10 minutes.
I know it did, and I'm sorry, but that one we had to go over.
Well, it's gonna
Thank you,
happen.
Mr. McManus. Ms. Bowie was busy writing motions and couldn't give me a time. All right, so I was just going to suggest that because I need one myself. So let's come back at 8:10. I'll give us 5 minutes. Bennington Marathon. It's out. I just haven't. This Christmas, I just took a complete, like, almost total break. Yeah. Folks, Mr. McManus, can we please come back? Mr. McManus?
Don't go to Dunn's River Falls. Yeah, don't do that.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Okay, so next up on our agenda is old business, letter D, legal services contract. So Dr. Faust, would you take the lead, please?
Sure. At a previous board meeting, the board put together a committee to serve with myself in reviewing RFQs for the hiring of legal services. The board members who served were myself, Madam President, and Madam Vice President, Craybill and Walker. During that committee, we went through the RFQs and provided information, came back, and the committee unanimously recommends that we continue the legal services of Barrington and Smith.
Okay, hearing that recommendation, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Accept the legal contract?
So moved.
And do I hear a second?
Second. Second.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Ms. Justice?
Yes, I know that we've got an awful lot on our plate right now, especially when it comes to legal services, and we had a presentation last month. Part of that presentation was there were only two firms that that gave us their different offers, and at this point, I don't know how many of you were also impressed by both firms, but we do need legal representation. February, the end of this month's going to come pretty darn fast, and so I'm not quite sure how to approach this, but you know, this does not mean, in essence, that after June they are the firm that we're going to contract with, correct?
Our policy states right now that they give us an annual review at the end of every month, and or at the end of every year in June, and we have the option to renew contracts.
Okay, and
but right now we're not contracted. We're month to month, if I'm correct.
Okay, well, actually then, because there's some things that have gone on in the last couple of years that have caused a lot of people to question, including me. This is one of the reasons we had the request to have other situations looked at as far as legal services, and I personally think we probably do need to stay month to month. And as I said, I was impressed with the other firm and this firm also. But there was only two choices, and it was almost, I'm not sure the exact process to reaching out to other legal services, but I would like to continue this month to month and continue to possibly have another offer or look out there to see what else there is for us, or to go ahead and talk about having a decision between the two firms.
The motion on the table is to accept Barrington Smith. Versus the other entities.
Oh, okay.
The motion was just made, so that is what we're discussing.
The way it was presented, I was not clear on that.
Okay, so the motion that was made was that we accept Dr. Faust's recommendation to go with Barrington Smith. That motion was seconded. So are there any more comments about accepting the contract as presented?
Well, now that that's clarified and I understand, I would prefer not to, just because of the past conflict of interest, and it was a conflict of interest. There's a lot of discussion about whether it was or not. I still have some reservations about the fact that they're covering legal services for the insurance company, and they're also handling that case. And I know the public has also. So I would prefer not to, from the past situation, not to have them have our contract. I would like to have the discussion. Well, but that's just where we have to leave it right now, because this is a motion for this particular firm.
Okay.
But I do not feel, considering our history, that this is a wise move.
Are there any other comments to that?
I just clarify.
Okay,
It just clarifies, it's till June, it's from now till June until we.
That's what it says, and the contract is posted online, and we all had the opportunity to read and look. But it was definitely, it starts on February the 1st of 2022, and it ends June 30th, 2022. So if there's no more comments, Ms. Billy, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bullier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Ms. Craybill?
Yes. Okay, so that motion to accept Barrington Smith as our legal counsel officially under contract February 1st through June the 22nd, through June of 2022 is approved, 6-1. Okay, moving on to our next item, we have policies for first reading.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Before you see the policies that the board discussed on December 7th on December 14th on our policy committee meeting. This is for information only. There was not a request from a board member to pull one out and discuss it further. So absent any discussion now, these are for information only. They will be available for a month for the public to review and comment on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bullier. Moving on to the next item, policy 2120 review. Last month, we broadly discussed policy 2120, and board members had the opportunity to talk about the successes and shortcomings we have encountered and noticed over the past year. Recently has been discovered that the integrity of our board has been called into question with some action of one of our board members, and I feel the need to address it quickly and move forward. Ms. Justice, it has been alleged that you violated the board member code of ethics by sharing confidential personnel information with individuals who were not legally entitled to receive that information. Therefore, I am making the motion to the board that the board hold a hearing at a special called meeting on a date to be determined to determine whether the board, by majority vote, wishes to adopt a resolution censuring board member Judy Justice based on allegations that she shared information protected by the personnel privacy statutes applicable to boards of education, in specifically General Statute 115C-319 and 321, and has therefore violated policy 2120, Code of Ethics for board members, specifically subsection B6, which requires board members to respect the confidentiality of information that is privileged under applicable law and to refrain from unauthorized disclosure of matters discussed in closed session. Do I hear a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, is there any discussion? Ms. Justice.
Obviously, since this is directed at me, this is a matter of personnel. And this is something we should not be discussing in public, and that is what you're actually bringing up. So I do believe that we should have discussion. We already have, and I think we should continue to have discussion.
My motion, Ms. Justice, to be clear, was not about a personnel issue. The motion that I made was in response to a behavior that you did. So that is the motion on the table.
The motion is connected to a personnel issue, and it has to be discussed in closed session. That is what the law says. And I do believe that it successfully can be discussed in closed session, and there is no reason that we should have to have violations in public occurring, and I totally agree with that. So that's where I am right now. We're going to have these kinds of discussions. We need to be doing it in closed session.
Mr. Scheid, is there anything that I need to?
If the board does have the hearing, does vote to hold the hearing, the scope of the hearing would need to be carefully crafted so that that confidential information was not shared.
Correct,
so,
because I have not shared any confidential information here. So are there any more points of discussion for the motion and the second? All right, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Adams?
Aye.
Mr. Bullier?
Aye.
Ms. Justice?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Aye.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Aye.
And Ms. Craybill?
Aye. So that motion passes 5-2. So now what we need to decide, that's why I asked you to bring your calendars. We need to select a date, and the date that I am proposing is Friday, January the 14th at 11 o'clock. How does everyone's calendar look for that? The whole day on the 14th? I would like to do it during the week of January the 10th. Want to give Ms. Justice plenty of time to prepare for the hearing, and myself as well.
Could we do the 13th then? If
The
that is no good?
is the 13th?
I'm sorry, I didn't do that properly, but.
No, we can't do the 11th through the 13th. We can do the 11th, but it has to be between 1 and 4.
Okay, can I?
Dr. Faustus, excuse me, Ms. Justice, let me just finish for a minute. Dr. Faust is only available till 4 o'clock at the latest on the 11th, and he's out of town at a superintendent's conference until the 13th, so the 14th would be the earliest.
Is he required to be there?
He is not required to be there, but I would like for him to be there.
Okay, well, you said the 10th then?
The 10th is a Monday.
I guess.
Is anybody checking on the 10th?
10th is good.
Mr. Shive, go ahead and check your calendar as well.
I have something and I can change it. It's not that important.
You can,
Ms.
while
Justice?
people are looking at their calendars.
Pardon me?
While people are looking at their calendars, I would like to ask Mr. Shive a question. How is it possible to craft this kind of discussion in public without bringing up content that will identify the people that are involved in this situation?
Between now and the hearing date, I imagine that you'll be provided with the format for the hearing, and you will have an opportunity to argue to the board why you should not be censured based on the conduct alleged.
But the content of the issue is relevant.
So you imagined right. I will provide, as soon as I get information on how to conduct that meeting, I will provide everybody the procedure so that we know what our roles are, and Ms. Justice will have the opportunity to respond to this allegation and to argue why the board should not adopt a resolution to censure her.
And Ms. Justice, if you have particular things that you'd like to say about about a confidential personnel matter, then you can share that with the board in closed session.
In closed session?
Yes.
Well, I have my rights also. And to be able to come out in public without being able to present information that is very relevant to this situation does not make any sense. That's very one-sided, and that has to do with my rights also. I don't want to have anybody's rights harmed, and that's why I said this needs to be in closed session. I cannot see how covering the rights of both parties, and you are representing the board, remember that? The rights of both parties to be protected.
Point of order. Please speak respectfully.
Respectful.
So, Ms. Justice, we have taken our vote, and we will have the hearing. We need to just have a date, and the procedures will be outlined. And the person whose personnel privacy was violated may or may not want that discussed, and that will be part of the procedure. So can we get back to the question on picking a date? Mr. Wildebohr, to your point, the 10th at 4 p.m. is the County Commissioners meeting that Dr. Faust needs to be at, and I would like to be at, because that's where we're going to be talking about some budgeting issues, and so I would like to be there. So the 4 o'clock would not be
Okay. Why don't we do 9 a.m.?
Does anybody mind doing in the morning?
Is this on the 10th? I can't
On the
make
10th?
I can't make it on the 10th. The 14th was a good day.
The, Ms. Adams, what is your availability on the 14th? None?
Where? Here?
I could do probably, it depends on how long it's going to be. My first appointment that day starts at 10 a.m.
So 8 o'clock?
Can we do first thing in the morning?
No, I can't.
Okay, can we do, what is your last, we can always move it to the 17th. I would rather not have this hearing as part of our regularly scheduled interim meeting. That's, oh, I'm sorry, the holiday, can't do it.
I can do it at 3.
Can anybody do 3 o'clock on Friday the 14th?
That'll work for me.
Yep.
That'll be fine.
3 o'clock, Friday the 14th.
My apologies, board members, for literally that's like the only day that week that's insane for me, so.
Okay, so 3 p.m. and it will be here.
I'm sure. Thank you.
And it will be, you know, that's an open meeting. It will be open to the public.
Yes.
Yeah, because we will be, and Colin, Mr. Scheid, maybe you can let us know that whenever we're talking, and confirm if I am understanding this correctly, when we are talking about behavior and actions of a board member, that has to be in open session.
That's right.
And that's why we're doing this.
The open meetings law specifically states that it's impermissible for the board to discuss the performance of a board member in closed session.
Okay, so that is why we're handling it in this manner.
All right.
Okay, so are we at 10 minutes, Ms. Bowie? Okay, so then we are ready to move on.
Well, excuse me.
We are ready to move on.
You
We've already
moved on.
handled it.
You went over time with others.
Ms. Justice, I am running the meeting, and it's my prerogative. We are over time.
So you don't want to specify?
No, I don't want to discuss anymore. We're going to have a hearing to discuss all of it.
Specify.
So we're just going to move on. Okay, so now we are on to information one-to-one. Ms. Brinson, would you come up and talk to us, please?
Good evening. So I come again to give you an update on where we are with the one-to-one. Oh, I'm doing it, aren't I? Okay. So I want to share the implementation schedule. I believe there's been some questions, but I want to make sure everybody understands how we're going to implement. So this year, 21-22, we're choosing New Hanover High School and Laney High School. For the 22-23 school year, it'll be all the remaining high schools, including the early colleges, Mosley, Rowe, and Central Office. 23-24 will be all middle schools. 24-25 will be grades 3 through 5, and 25-26 will be grades K2. That is the 5th year, so that would also be the first recycling of the first year as well. So you'll be doing K2 as well as the New Hanover and Laney. Okay, so I just want to talk to you about devices. So in with the one-to-one, we will be issuing laptops to students grades K through 12, and iPads for grades, laptops for grades 3 through 12, and iPads for K2. We will also be installing a new line interactive board in every classroom, similar to the boards that we have at Blair and College Park. Okay, so those will be installed in every classroom as part of this process. Our existing devices that we have, so when we distribute the new devices at New Hanover and Laney, we will take the existing laptops and the existing iPads from those two schools, repurpose them at other schools that are going to be in the implementation in future years. That will allow us to have increased devices in the whole district. It'll allow teachers to then, as we even do the second year of the high school and increase more devices going out, it'll allow other grades to start planning better for one-to-one because there'll be more devices in those schools. So it'll help now with testing and assessments as well as help, with the planning for future one-to-one rollout. We also have ordered additionally 1,000 iPads, which have come in, and 700 laptops that we will be distributing this year to the other schools that are not getting the one-to-one this year as just additional devices in the district, which will stay in the district, until we roll out the one-to-one. So we're just trying to increase the number of devices because of the assessments, and we're hearing the need, as well as making sure that we are repurposing devices that are still working, so we get all the life out of them. Okay, and that's my update there. Any questions?
Thank you. This is going to be an awesome project over the next couple of years.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
They won't all be obsolete by the time we get done and start going again.
Yep.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prince.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda is the ESSER budget summary. Is that Mary Hazel?
It is. Hello.
Hello.
I am going to rely on Ms. Bowie to pull up the presentation for me, if she would. Thank you. So tonight I'm going to provide a brief update on the federal recovery funds that we have received to date and what we've spent and our next steps regarding updating changes to the plan going forward. Next slide, please. So we talk a lot about ESSER because most of the funding is ESSER, but we have had several different sources of COVID relief. And this chart shows they all together total $99 million and since the beginning of the pandemic. So the first two items, the COVID-19 supplemental funds and the coronavirus relief fund, which was federal CARES Act funding, have been spent. The governor's emergency relief fund has been, I'm trying to look at my notes here. We've spent 43% of that, but we expect to finish that by September of this year. That was specifically geared towards additional mental health and classroom support. The next three large allotments were ESSER for 3 different federal grants, ESSER 1, 2, and 3, and that is making up most of the $99 million, and that is what we'll be discussing in more detail tonight. So next slide. You can see here, this is just representing the blue part of that previous slide. There are 3 different federal acts that created the ESSER funding, and that's why we have ESSER 1, 2, and 3. So they kind of have most of the guidelines are very similar. There was one special provision in ESSER 3 that we can talk about related to one aspect of how the money had to be spent. But the money came kind of in waves, with the first wave expiring in September of 22, the second in 23, and ESSER 3 in 24. So the plan is to spend kind of first in, first out. So the funding will last through the 23-24 school year with a couple of months to just make sure all the bills are paid. So I want to make sure I don't miss telling you anything about this. So there are 16 grants in this $92 million, $92.7 million that you see here. It's 16 grants, but 3 of them make up most of the money, and that's where the board has the most flexibility. The other grants are directed by DPI and the legislature as to how we use those funds. So we still submit a budget and have a plan, but they kind of tell us how we have to spend it. So that works just a little bit different. We still expect to receive some more of those directed grants. One will be used to pay the bonuses in January. We don't know the exact amount because every county is figuring out what the state directed ESSER bonuses, what the total cost will be, and then we'll receive an allotment to cover that. And that will be paid this month. Next slide, please. So narrowing it down to the 3 ESSER programs, and the program numbers are listed there just to kind of help me keep it straight. But this is the 90% of the total ESSER funding that was allotted to school systems. And that is showing us, how much was allotted and how much we've spent. So we've spent 58%, spent or encumbered, 58% of ESSER 1, 61% of ESSER 2, and 3% of ESSER 3. And that 3% seems really low, but I didn't want that to alarm you because that is the intent. Most of that will be spent in the second and the third years. So now we're going to dig a little bit deeper into how we are spending that funding. Next slide. You've seen this before from when we originally brought our proposals to you. These are the categories of allowable uses for ESSER funds. On the previous slide, when we were talking about the federal acts, one of the acts was the ARP, the American Recovery Act, that funded ESSER 3. And, counties and cities are receiving those funds, and their ARP funds are different than ours. Ours come to us through this elementary and secondary schools emergency reserve. So this, we have to spend it in these ways. So there are a lot of options on how we can spend it. So clearly addressing, learning loss, facility repairs and improvements to minimize virus transmission, improving air quality, addressing needs of special populations, improving preparedness and response, education technology, mental health services, summer learning, and then other ESSER eligible activities. I think what I really, another way to say that is those other activities are all the things that would normally be allowable in title funding that we receive from the federal government. So anything that's allowable in IDEA, CTE, ESEA, any of those programs would most likely be allowable in ESSER funding. There has been some discussion about, raises and those kinds of things being able to pay out of this. Certainly you can pay employees out of this funding. You just can't supplement a salary that's paid out of another funding source. But you can do bonuses, as was discussed, and your plan did include bonuses that were paid in December, as well as the state's plan for ESSER funds directs use of those direct grants of additional bonuses to be paid this month. So specifically, we go to the next slide. These were the category. These were the initiatives that went with those categories. So the board standardized curriculum. We moved 25 elementary literacy coaches and added 7 new middle school instructional coaches. And I don't know what's literacy. They're all instructional coaches to lead the implementation of the standardized curriculum and just helping the students recover from the learning loss. Also added 3 instructional coaches, speech language pathologists, and 3 occupational specialists, all serving students with disabilities. Added additional programs, one related to a data dashboard to help principals and school leaders analyze student data, and a program to encourage college for every student. Additional positions in terms of the needs of special populations, in terms of additional social workers and counselors for students in need, mental health support for physicians and contracted services, and then additional nurses to make sure that we had nurses in every building to improve preparedness. The next slide covers educational technology expansion that Ms. Brinson just gave you an update on. The plan to use ESSER funds while those funds are available to get that initiative started, and then hopefully move those costs to the endowment after that. The other ESSER eligible activities that we looked at included the funding, the ESSER bonus that was paid in December, some after-school, contracted after-school programming for students in need, and then federal grants administrative, the cost of administering the grant and indirect costs all fall under that. And so far we have budgeted facility improvements that included some child nutrition freezers and HVAC improvements, and then some PPE and disinfecting supplies. But we expect, which I'll talk about in the next slide, to bring back some more facility-related improvements if funding is allowable. Excuse me, I can't even talk. If funding is available, that's the word I was looking for. And also summer learning. We were required by the state legislature to have a summer learning initiative this year. And then next year it'll be optional for us, but Dr. Faust explained earlier tonight that will be in our plan. We did budget for that to have that next summer as well. And finally, the next steps. We are still in the process of monitoring and analyzing our expenditures, looking at the cost estimates, and one of the things that we were waiting on was the state budget. So we knew we were estimating salaries for 3 years, but now we have at least an idea of what salaries are for this year and next year. And once we finalize those costs, and we know if there are positions that we move to federal that maybe we can move back to state and local if we can afford them this year, then we will. And then that will allow us to go a little bit further down, our list of facility projects to improve, health and safety in the buildings. And then there's some other items that were submitted by that are under consideration by senior staff. We hope to bring an amendment to you at your interim meeting to budget some additional dollars. I don't have the exact dollar amount tonight, but hopefully you'll have it within about a week. And we do expect to include in that you'll recall from, well, I guess it was a couple months ago now, but we deferred 3 capital projects in order to fund the repairs to fully fund the repairs for New Hanover's Brogdon Hall. And so the projects that were put on hold, one New Hanover, Laney Band, both of those would be under this funding, so we anticipate moving grant funds for that. The third project would not.
Mary Hazel.
You can't hear.
Mary Hazel.
Today,
Mary Hazel.
Yes.
Could you go back about 5 sentences and say it again, because you started crackling. I think it's a Zoom issue, but you started really going. All
right, so I'm going to, I don't know how far back, I think I'm going to start when I started talking about.
Yeah, but you're doing it again.
Not her.
Is there anything we can do, Anita? No. Okay, go ahead and try again. It resolved itself last time.
She just started talking about New Hanover.
We had 3 projects for Brogdon Hall. One was actually a New Hanover project for roof, Northwest Roof.
Okay, we can't get any of that.
Project, and we intend to bring those projects back to you to be funded with ESSER, repurposing from ESSER funds at your next meeting.
Mary Hazel, hold 1 second. Dr. Faust, is this something that you can sort of?
I would have to, I'm not sure where she is.
Okay.
Did you lose me again?
Okay, yeah. Mary Hazel, we're going to let Eddie pick up on a little bit of what you've just been talking about, if you don't mind, because we can't hear you. I mean, we can't understand you.
What Mary Hazel was talking about is the budget transfer that we brought to you a few months ago. And it was to fully fund the Brogdon Hall gym floor structural repairs. Part of the plan to fund that, we had recommended at the time deferring 3 capital projects, current capital projects. Laney Band Room HVAC, George West roof replacement. Those 2 projects, what Mary Hazel is saying is they are eligible for ESSER funding and would be included in the recommendation coming forward. And then the Coddington site repair project, it should say actually Coddington site improvements instead of repair. But that project will be carrying forward to you and the county commissioners a budget transfer here shortly that will reallocate some savings in our local capital to cover that. Did I get it all?
You did. Can you hear me yet?
Okay, great. Thank you for stepping in. Appreciate it.
Tag team.
Is that all? Is that the slide number 8? Okay. Does anybody
that was the last slide. I just wanted
to
mention on that last slide that there's a link to additional COVID-related resources on DPI's website, and we'll bring more information next month or later this month.
Great, thank you so much. Hang tight for a minute. Board members, do we have any questions? So Ms. Walker, I'm sorry, looking right at Judy. Ms. Justice?
Well, I have a couple questions, but I'll start off with the one that you just covered, or Eddie did. He said that the money that was that had been put on hold because of New Hanover was now being covered by the ESSER funds. How much money was that?
So he probably has the numbers in front of him. I don't. I believe the Laney Band Room was 85,000, and the George West roof. Oh, I'm not going to remember that one. That was more, but
George West.
Eddie can come back and tell us.
Yeah, the George West roof replacement was 545,000. Laney Band Room HVAC is $85,000.
So what's the total of all of that? Of those three, I think this sounds 3 projects. How much is that out of the ESSER funds?
Well, it was
roughly 600,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
We were the increase to the Brogdon Hall budget was about $1.4 million. To cover that, there was project savings of about $250,000 and deferring projects listed below: Coddington, George West, and Laney at $1.2 million.
Okay, so I just heard, I believe, from Dr. Faust, he said that altogether that was 600,000 from ESSER?
Well, George West and Laney Band Room, 600,000.
Okay, but now, and the Coddington also?
Coddington is, we're going to be bringing forward a budget transfer using local capital savings, not ESSER.
Okay, so it's $600,000 out of the ESSER.
Right.
For these
600 that would be proposing ESSER funds to cover.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, I had a couple questions.
Can we have the next person go before you ask more questions?
Okay, fine.
Mr. McManus?
I guess it's directed whoever will answer it. For my own personal, the question everybody wants to hear, I think, we cannot use ESSER funds for salary supplemental. Is that correct?
You can pay salary, you can pay a position in ESSER. Like you could move a position to ESSER and pay for the salary and the raise if there was one. Okay, but you can't supplement, you can't use ESSER to supplement funds unless you make it a bonus. Okay. You can't pay part of somebody's salary out of ESSER, just the raise part, and then when ESSER's gone, you won't have a way to fund the position.
Because there seems to be a perception amongst all of us from our constituents that other counties, states, et cetera, are using those. And so
they're using it for positions and they're using it for bonuses.
Okay, but I think the rumor is they're using it to increase their salary. So that's, okay, you answered that question, I think. My second question.
Hang on. Let her, did you want to comment on that, Mary Hazel?
That was just that's not my understanding that that's allowable. We certainly can research it with the state, but that is not my understanding. So it may just be how it's being explained, but I will get clarification on that.
So thank you. The second half of that question. So we can use ESSER funds for bonus money. Yes,
and have.
So if I heard earlier, to make sure, I think it was misstated, not intentionally, $4 million to get to $17, but I think it was $4 million per dollar, which would be 8. Is that correct? Did I understand?
$4 million per dollar increase.
You said $4 million to get to 17, but I think it meant per dollar to get to 17, which would be $8 million from 14.
No.
So can I speak to that?
It's $4 million for one, but to do all, to fix the compression, it's $10 million.
Okay.
Of reoccurring dollars.
Are we looking?
Mr. McManus, can we let Ms. Adams go, and then you circle back around? Ms. Adams?
Mary Hazel, I just want some clarification on this, because I know that, again, going back to what Mr. McManus was saying about the positions. Positions have been added under ESSER funding, but I think what the public needs to understand, essentially those positions have an expiration date right now. They are grant-funded positions that at the end of 3 years, that funding will not be available. The expectation is that there will be attrition in those positions, and so those positions will be able to be retained within the district. But that conversation of creating positions has an expiration date, unless there is attrition and unless we can find another place to move those positions to at another point, correct?
Correct. And those individuals who were hired.
Or if other funding increases.
Okay, so those that have been hired in that position have that understanding and were hired with that conversation. Okay, and then I do have a second question, but I'll come back around this Crable.
All right, so, Ms. Justice, did you have another question?
Well, he's had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Nelson.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just wanted to briefly address, I think it's, I know somebody said tonight that they didn't feel heard, and I did want to, I love these questions because they are important. I think people need to understand we hear everybody when it comes to salaries. 86% of what we spend in this district goes to salaries and benefits. We know that the people who are in these buildings are here for our kids. And, you know, it's budget season. For us, it's begging season. For the 7 of us, it is begging season. We put on the beggar's pants, we take the beggar's cup, and we go to our state and we go to our county, we say, please, please, please. And, you know, I'm publicly committed to doing that as long as it takes. But this funding is for an emergency that is affecting second graders who can't write us yet, and first graders who can't read what those second graders can't write. It is to mind a very serious gap in learning loss. And that would be the only, except for those bonuses that we've discussed, and I hope we can do some more of those at some point, but that's really what I want to focus on. That's what I want this money to be for.
Okay, I'm sorry. So now, Ms. Walker, you haven't gone yet. Yeah, Ms. Walker.
Well, I saw the memo from the Secretary of Education dated December 16th that talked about strategies for hiring and retaining qualified and effective educators, and one of them strategies is increasing educator and staff compensation. And I know this is coming straight from the top, so I don't really know. I know there's a set of rules, and I've got a copy of those somewhere. I actually have it right here. But at the same time, this memo that is, I mean, it's dated pretty recently, that talks about strategies we should be using to retain employees. And bonuses is a way to do it, but there's also other ways. And it gives plenty of examples. It's about 16 pages here of strategies for that. So I don't know. I know what people are being told from certain levels, but this comes straight from the top. So I think we really need to think about that, because I personally think it is an emergency. I really think that, you know, we've been hearing it time and time again. And it's not, I mean, I've noticed the fact that we can't, you know, we have to have a competitive market when it comes to these jobs, and appreciate the people that are there doing them. And if they can go somewhere else and get a job for less stress, they may do that. And I don't want us to be in a position where we have to scramble to cover classes. And we already have a shortage. So.
And my question.
Okay, Ms. Justice.
My questions are connected, so if you're going to split them up, it's going to be hard for me to get a clear answer.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So in essence, and this is a couple part questions. In essence, you have $10 million is what and this is what I was trying to clarify earlier, $10 million a year to do the $17 and also the compression. And this is across the board for our employees, correct? Is that what the figure was? Because we've been asking for that figure. So it's $10 million a year in order to have, and right now let's just take over out how that amount's going to get to them, because there's a lot of creative ways in bonuses.
Well, let's stop with right there. I have to correct that. That's $10,000 to correct a salary. You can't use ESSER money to correct the salary. You have to move a person into the actual grant in order to fix it, but you can't use it to supplement a salary.
I just heard what Ms. Walker said, and I also know
what that means is that you can go out for learning loss, and that's what it is. So I understand it, but what you also have to understand is that our commissioners gave our instructors a huge pay increase. And so a lot of those districts, and we don't know what all districts across the country are doing. What I want us to understand is that we do have students that can't read. We do have students that are falling behind. We're going to do data at your next board meeting. You're going to see the EOCs from this first semester. You're going to see projections from this first semester. I get it, and I know that everyone wants to be increased and paid, but we also have to understand that we have students who are failing.
I understand that.
We have to put a curriculum together that provides successful curriculum. I understand it all, but what I am going to say is this. We have not sat here at one board meeting and put together or talked about what's best for students.
Yes, we are. We are right now.
Excuse me, we're talking all the time.
We have not. What we do is we do talk about the adults. But what we have to understand is that our goal is to increase the learning loss for students. Not increase, but decrease the learning loss for those students. And what you will see next month is the gap that we have created because of COVID and that learning loss. So I get it, I understand. But yes, everyone wants a bonus. We get it. We want you to be paid
Can
well.
I finish what I was?
It's just not doable at the rates. Other people got different, and we have repairs. If we didn't have to do the one-to-one, so we can take off, do we not do the educational plan?
Excuse me. I was asking questions.
You were asking a question, he was
Okay,
answering a
and
question.
every
So the
adult,
second part, please.
excuse me, every adult that works with a child is how these children are going to improve. And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about adults. I'm talking about improving our children. So do not say that this is not what it's about. It's always about the kids. Now, I was trying, and it's hard to keep focused on the questions. As far as the data goes, we all know across the country, across the world, kids have taken a hit. So when we look at that, we have to be realistic about what we're looking at. So let's get back to the questions I'm trying to get answers to.
Could you please ask it?
$10 million, stick to this topic, please. $10 million is what it would take, and I'm not talking about the form of that. I'm asking specifically, that's how much it would take a year in order to get the salaries at 17 and to compress the rest of ones. That's all I ask. Is that true?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Okay, and I was asking with the ESSER funds, I wanted to ask Mary Hazel, I don't know if she's still there, maybe you can tell me this.
I am.
Okay, how much money does this mean? She gave, I'm small. Anyway, when she gave the figures on how much we've spent, how much do we have left? That's what I was trying to ask.
So we have a budget plan for almost all of it. What we're looking at now is, based now that we had some salary estimates in our original cost estimates for the 3 years, we're reviewing that now. And any money that is available that isn't obligated through to a salary or part of the one-to-one, any of the programs that we've implemented, we're going to identify that funding and bring back a proposal to you, but I can't tell you the dollar amount right now.
Okay, well, just looking at the chart you gave us, which is how much has been spent, how much has not been spent?
Well, if you go back to slide, let's see, go back to slide 4. Oh, that chart works well. Okay, however you want to do it. The detailed chart showed all the different programs, but many of those programs we don't even have like the ability to apply for them yet. That's just how much we're going to get. But for the ones with the star, which is the 181, the 171, and the 163, which is those larger grants for our ESSER, that is what the board has a plan for, and you have made commitments for in terms of positions that we've moved there and the one-to-one initiative, those types of things. That's where I'm hoping to bring back some savings to you. I just can't tell you. I think at a minimum it'll be $2 million. It might be more. We're still looking to see how much we think that we might have available. So I'll know more in about a week because we're just looking at all that now.
Right.
But I can't tell you the exact amount of money. But because we budgeted the first year, but we committed for 3 years when we created those positions. So to say that because we hadn't spent it, it's not obligated. It really is obligated for positions that we filled.
Okay.
That we intend to have for 3 years.
Could we get those figures then? You said you can get them together. Could we possibly get them by the next meeting? The interim meeting, I just need to see.
Okay, so Ms. Justice, all of the numbers are right here on the handout that is part of that. So I'd like to move on to the next question. We're already 20 minutes over our time budget. Does anybody want to continue to ask questions?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to extend it for 5 more minutes. Try and get, so Mr. McManus, go ahead.
So if I understood one of your last statements was you believe there'll be a $10 million window of opportunity, for lack of a better description?
No, I said start with $2 million. I know that I think there's $2 million there, but there's probably going to be more. I don't know the exact amount. I'm still looking to see how much we have available.
And that could be
we know that we have to deal with those deferred capital projects that we just talked about. But we're still looking to see how much other money might be available. So I really will know more by your next meeting. I just didn't get that finished.
But also before we forecast, we have to understand that the state held us harmless and gave us more this year. So they funded us at $26,000 and we don't have that. So next year will be a sure up where they will give us exactly what. So there may be curriculum items that we've had in place that the state was funding but they won't be funding those. So we've got to figure this out. So I don't want us to start to commit money without seeing a true budget of what the state and where our numbers, and we'll be able to give you projections, and then we can give some real action items where you will know what the state, what the county, how much, but you have to remember, there will be a budget shortfall because we were funded at a higher number. And so that you'll see that. You'll definitely see that.
Okay, Ms. Walker, thank you for the clarification. Ms. Walker?
I was just saying, I was reading the various budget things we were given over this past year, and it seems to me that there are budget priorities that are kind of set out every year, and I would like to make what this discussion is, a budget priority when we look at the figures next year. I understand there'll be a shortfall potentially, but at the same time, you know, there's always a chance and a hope that the federal government is going to understand the shortages that we have. And so I would at least like to make that a priority for our budget year coming up, to kind of, after we get the salary survey done and everything.
I want you to take that to the feds and tell them.
I will. I'll take it straight to the feds. I'm ready. I'll do it.
To the state.
Wherever you want me, I'll go.
Okay, Mr. McManus, one last question, then we're wrapping up.
Just a quick statement. I would like for the board, I think the board collectively agrees that we at least let our non-certified staff, teacher assistants who come forward numerous times, we've heard them, I've heard them, I know you've heard them, that we're listening. Now how that plays out, but they need to know that we're listening to them. They are key elements in the success of our school system.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McManus. Absolutely. Okay, so sorry that we ran that over by 20 minutes, so I apologize for that. The next on our agenda is item 13C, seclusion overview. Ms. Varnum, would you come back to the podium for us?
Hi again. I want you to. I brought my glasses this time. So in the overview, I just wanted to provide you with information on requirements and reporting as it relates to specifically seclusion. First, I want to highlight that our staff all staff experience training regarding seclusion restraint, but also specifically verbal de-escalation. So annually, all staff are provided with that. Annually, our staff that are involved in the use of seclusion or restraint are trained in the full modules. And the modules are Crisis Prevention Institute, which is a worldwide leader in evidence-based de-escalation and crisis prevention. And that's used for school settings, but also for other medical and mental health care settings. CPI, again, Crisis Prevention Institute, is an international training organization that specializes in safe management of crisis behaviors. So specifically, the CPI values and philosophy focus on care, welfare, safety, and security. And mainly that's providing staff with an understanding of the integrated experience, meaning the behaviors of the student and then the behaviors and response, or also the prevention of the staff being an integrated experience, so they are very much connected. And providing staff with an understanding to recognize underlying causes for a student's behavior and being able to manage crisis with their own response. We also focus seriously on factors that lead to crisis situations, including sometimes the way we communicate, the way we respond to identifying anxiety increasing in a student. Specifically, we focus on the escalation of behavior, and at the point we see risk behavior, the safety interventions piece is the training. Again, risk behavior is behavior that can pose a risk of harm to the person in distress, so for us that would be the student, or to staff or others. And the purpose of the risk intervention is to minimize harm and to increase safety. Mainly, that training provides a series of approaches to de-escalating crisis situations, but also in providing prevention. Our legal and policy compliance is met through general statute and through policy 4302R, which is in our policy manual. Specifically, seclusion is listed in there, and I want to bring attention to the policy in that seclusion of a student by school personnel may be used in several circumstances, one being when reasonably needed to respond to a person with a weapon or dangerous object, another to maintain order or break up a fight, another for self-defense. The fourth one is the one I want to focus on, as reasonably needed when a student's behavior poses a threat of imminent physical harm to self or others. And then it goes on to say imminent substantial destruction of school or property. However, in our training that we provide to staff, we focus specifically on the last resort for imminent harm to self or others. So we don't, in the training, encourage the full exercise of the policy, which is outlined from general statute. We don't focus on that. We don't encourage physical restraint or seclusion for trying to gain access to a weapon, for self-defense, for property damage. That isn't what we do. We draw it in much tighter. Again, in that policy compliance, there are reporting measures. The reporting measures are that we notify families, we notify parents as quickly as possible, but no later than 30 days. And again, that's written in general statute. Our expectations to our staff in our training involves notification on the same day and no later than 24 hours. So again, our practices are much more restrictive in how quickly we notify staff and how we utilize seclusion. Next, investigations. Anytime, and this matches policy, but also in our training, anytime there is a concern of misuse of seclusion or restraint, but focusing on seclusion, then those are reported and those are investigated. And we do maintain an investigation process that is done by one of our CPI trainers. So CPI, the Crisis Prevention Institute, allows us to train our own staff with our internal trainers who maintain their current certifications. So one of our trainers who does the training for staff, but who doesn't necessarily, in order to have an accountability process, doesn't necessarily complete any of that paperwork, monitors the paperwork and those documentation and monitors investigations. And then next, I want to bring your attention to the efforts to research less restrictive solutions. We constantly are utilizing our internal behavior specialists, but also Department of Public Instruction behavior specialists to support us with identifying less restrictive solutions to maintain our students in school, but in a safe and productive way. In addition, we are asking for the division of DPI that's now integrated academic and behavior supports to help us with identifying positive practices that are out in the state that we aren't aware of, but we are seeking any type of evidence base that we can find in researching those. So I didn't know if you had any questions regarding that overview.
Are there any questions? Ms. Walker, you recently went on a tour with Ms. Farnham. Is there anything that jumped out at you as that struck you as positive about what we're doing, or anything like that?
Well, I want to be careful because I am definitely not as knowledgeable as Ms. Justice or maybe some of the other board members on special education or EC education in these rooms. I really don't know a lot about it. I did get the opportunity to tour one and talk to a teacher in that room. I apologize, I don't remember her name, but she was very nice.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes, and it helped me to understand a little bit more about how these rooms are used. I don't know to what extent they are full force use, but I know the teacher explained to me that a lot of the time they have been using them for like timeout rooms and things like that to help students maybe calm down or you have a moment to themselves, but the door's never shut. But I mean, I didn't, you know, I don't have extensive knowledge on it, but I did get the opportunity to go look at the room and talk, and I'm glad I did because it is helpful to see kind of what they use them for action. But I mean, if anybody else here that has more experience than I do wants to, you know, talk about it or has questions.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Ms. Justice?
Yes, how many seclusion rooms do we have in our district?
The number, I have that on a chart. I might have to count that. It's not in all 45 schools. And some schools, while they physically have a space, do not use it for that purpose because it really all depends on the student population.
I just want the answer about how many seclusion rooms we
I would
have.
need to count for you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Boyer.
Thank you, Ms. Farm. I just have a couple of questions because I feel like a lot of times there's a lot of assertions made about these rooms, some misunderstandings given about these rooms. A child who misbehaves, routinely talks in class, throws a pencil, and is put into the restraint room, would that be an appropriate use of a restraint room or a seclusion room?
Can she finish, Mike?
Oh, I'm sorry. If a child were to continuously misbehave, speak out of turn, throw a pencil, cause a disruption, and that child were restrained and secluded, would that be an appropriate use of our rooms?
I would not call that an appropriate use.
And would that person, more than likely after a subsequent investigation, be disciplined?
That would certainly be, it would be investigated, and it would be handed off to Human Resources to handle that as a personnel matter as they see fit.
And just to clarify, principals, teachers, resource officers in school, if they're not trained in seclusion and restraint, they cannot put hands on a child?
So that's an interesting question because general statute and our policy allows for staff to be involved in physical restraint in order to quell a disturbance. However, in our training, we expect that the only individuals that are involved in seclusion and restraint are those who are specifically trained and certified.
Okay, point of order.
Thank you.
Point of order. She didn't finish answering my question before
she did. She said she was going to get you the number.
She was counting right then, and I was waiting for her answer. She was flipping through it. There's 45 schools and go like that real fast.
I don't have the log of rooms. I can count that and provide that because I do have it on my computer.
Can I get an estimate of how many you think there are then?
My estimate would be in the 20s.
20s out of 45 schools, possibly.
Right, but again, that's an estimate, and I would like to give you an accurate answer.
And I was having a follow-up question.
Well, Mr. Wildebohr had his hand up.
He did three questions.
Yes. Well, thank you again, Ms. Farnham, for all your hard work. Quick question with the with the seclusion rooms. That's not necessarily for general. It's like in a student's IEP that would be used. It wouldn't just be something that the principal says, I'm going to bring you down to the seclusion room, correct?
Right. It's not a requirement that it be included in an IEP or a 504 to be utilized. However, that is most often how that is utilized because it's really not an unexpected or kind of random thing. Right. So you would not typically have students in the general setting. It's usually those students that have a behavior intervention plan or a crisis plan specifically that involves that.
Thank you. And I do have a follow-up later on.
Let Ms. Justice take a turn.
Okay. The whole reason that this, I guess, discussion is going on is because of the report that was released that of the whole state, we have almost half of the seclusions that are being used in restraints in this county, in our school district. Is that correct?
I cannot verify the data from other districts. I have reached out to DPI to inquire.
That's where the data is taken from, is DPI. Correct?
So I have reached out to DPI because I know how we diligently report. I cannot verify how other districts report.
No, I'm talking about DPI. According to DPI statistics, our school district, I don't have the exact numbers here. Do you have them, Ms. Walker? I do not. But it's close to half of the, this is from DPI. I'm not talking about other districts. Our district has reported almost half of the statewide use of restraint and seclusion is attributed to this district. And that is a fact. I wish I had it with me because it's been out there and it's been even in the news. So I think they even did a story on it. So is that correct?
So I know what you're referring to,
Right.
which is information on DPI's website.
Right.
But the data that is reported on that website is self-reported by district. DPI did not record that for us. We self-reported. And my question to DPI is whether we can verify that districts are accurately self-reporting. And I do not have an answer to that yet.
Okay, now this has been a month, I think, since this was first indicated. They have not contacted you back about that information when you requested it?
I do not have a response to that question.
Have you followed up on it?
Ms. Justice, is it necessary to interrogate her when she
No,
said
I'm just trying to find out the figures. This is very concerning if this, you know, what is going on with our district as far as restraint and seclusion. I've worked in other districts. I've never, 20 rooms in different schools, I've never seen anything like it. I'll be honest with you. As Ms. Walker said, I do have some experience in this area, and I've even gone through the training that you brought up. In fact, I think we presented it here last year, and I'm a big enthusiastic supporter of it. But this training is a very small part as far as when a child is, well, it's not a small part, it's a huge part, but when it comes to seclusion and restraint, that really is not that connected with this topic. It really isn't. We're trying to prevent this from happening, but why are these kids ending up in restraint and seclusion in these numbers in this district? That's what my concern is.
Thank you. So, Ms. Barnum, just to kind of be clear, and as we wrap up this conversation, are we in compliance with federal, state, NCSBA, and local policy?
Yes, we are in compliance. We are not out of compliance with any effort. In fact, we are diligently reporting and in compliance with local policy and general statute.
And will you just, whenever you get the available data from DPI, can we schedule you back to give us another update?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, one last question.
One last question, great.
We are over.
So, you know, if the IEP behavior plan does have seclusion as a possibility for a student, the parent would, or the guardian, whichever would be a part of that team, so they would know about it. It wouldn't be a big surprise to them that was a part of, so they're not going to be blindsided is what I'm saying, I guess.
Right. So, and again, as a part of our training, we focus with our staff on providing that information to parents, helping them understand what the prevention methods would be, but also what the crisis intervention, because that's going to be what we do to intervene and try to interrupt that behavior. They would be involved in that decision-making process. In addition, they are notified that same day and receive documentation within 24 hours.
Thank you. That's outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Barnum. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So next on our agenda is the board chair's report. Since we are over our time, I will cut my remarks short. I just wanted to thank you all again for your vote of confidence in having me serve as your board chair this year. Some of the things that I really want to focus on is I want to work with Dr. Faust and get the strategic plan done, and so that we can align our meetings and our topics and our conversations around what our strategic plan that we will approve suggests, so that we can really make sure that we are doing what's best for students. Coming up shortly, I will be talking with each member of the board to find out what committees that they want to be on, if they want to change, if they want to remain. With that, and looking at the chairs of those committees to see, where we're working, and there are some committees that we no longer have, so we're going to be tightening up on that. And I just really want us, if we're on committees, to be active on our committees and be actively reporting what we're doing, because there's nothing worse than just sitting on a committee, spinning wheels, and we don't do anything. So. That's kind of where I am, and again, I'm back working. I would like to work closely with our superintendent to make sure that when we get our budget together, that we sell it to the county commissioners. A lot of intermoving parts, and I think that we're all committed, to being a part of that team. So I'm ready to roll in 2022, and I hope that all of my board members, my fellow board members, are as well. So moving right into the committees, I didn't hear anybody say they had a committee report. Okay.
I would like to go ahead briefly and make a committee report. It's actually the EC Advisory Council.
Okay.
Just briefly.
Did they meet?
They've been meeting. They weren't meeting for a while, but they have recently, the last couple of months, been meeting. And as you saw, there was a presentation that they are creating and this is the first one in the state, a PTA for EC parents. And I think it needs to be really recognized and supported, because one of the things, it's been a very rough year for everybody. So they didn't meet frequently last year because of the problems that COVID brought along. But now that they have been getting back formed as a group, as an advisory committee, they're even going further and trying to get more parents across the district involved in something that they can, I guess you could say, more involved in than with the advisory committee itself, because that's a different kind of setup for the parents. So this is great that they have done this. They did this, the members have done this on their own, and it's been successful. Not in this state, because it really hasn't been done before, but it's been in other states, it's been very successful. So I wanted to bring up that they have done that and recognize that those parents are jumping back in now that COVID is less of a challenge, because we understand so much more and they're able to start planning and moving forward.
Ms. Justice, who is the subject matter expert for the EC Advisory Committee for New Hanover County Schools?
I guess you would, well, it used to be Julie Barnum, but at this point it would be Dr. Jones. Is that who you're referring to?
I don't know. The last meeting you attended, who ran it?
Oh, now are you talking about Sean Lamb or
you're just giving a report for the EC Advisory Committee, and I'm updating our forms, and I would like to know who's leading that committee so I can contact them.
Sean Lamb. That's the parent.
Who's the New Hanover County Schools subject matter
That's why I
expert?
said Dr. Jones, an EC. She's the head of the EC department.
Okay. All right, that's what I need. Yes, and so and just to clarify, the EC PTA is working closely with Bernice Johnson for the New Hanover County Council PTAs to be a unit under that umbrella.
Well, so that's part of the process.
That's positive.
Yeah.
Okay, so correspondence. Does anybody have any correspondence? Okay, good. Call to the audience. We skipped that second one. Announcements. So the New Hanover County announces its January meetings. The Policy Committee will meet on Tuesday, January 11th, 2022 at 9 o'clock at the Board of Education Center, but that really is a remote meeting. The general public will have the option to view remotely on the New Hanover County Schools TV YouTube channel. The Board of Education will hold a January interim meeting on Tuesday, the 8th. Oh, you know what? Let me add this one in so that we're in the right order. On January 10th, wait a minute, wrong, never mind. January 14th is when we will have a special called meeting at 3 p.m. Here at the Board of Education Center. Public will have the opportunity to view that on New Hanover County Schools TV. The January interim meeting will be on Tuesday, January 18th, 5 o'clock in the Board of Education Center. Again, the public will have the opportunity to view this meeting on TV. Masks will be required at that meeting. The Family Communications Committee will meet on Thursday, January the 20th, 2022 at 5 p.m. remotely for a roundtable discussion, topic to be determined. The general public will have the option to view remotely and participate as requested. The Title IX Committee will meet on Monday, January 31st, 2022 at 3 p.m. at the Board of Education Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely on New Hanover County Schools TV YouTube channel. So we are not having a second closed session. So do I hear a motion for adjournment?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second, okay. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're done.
Say again.